in. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29. I can't talk today. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway is we will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time at all. The other giveaway we are doing today is we will be doing a giveaway for a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure you're tapping that screen. And also, if you're participating in that highest gifter giveaway, I wish you a lot of luck as well. Clara, thank you so much for getting on the list. You'll be the 2nd person read for. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, we will be doing a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch any of those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. We're going to talk a little bit about what's coming up. Got a lot of big stuff happening right now, okay? A lot of stuff going on with the planets, a lot of stuff going on with the cards, but most importantly, first and foremost, how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. No wrong answers. Let me know how you're feeling. We just came out of a very intense full moon cycle. Scorpio full moons, never easy. Working through the process of transformation. A lot of this particular full moon that we just navigated, specifically in Taurus season. Because here's the thing, Scorpio is not great in Taurus. You know, because Taurus has a little bit of issue when it comes to change. Taurus, it's like, it's working out of the comfort zone. And we saw a lot of that happening, right? Working through the paradox of comfort, that one's ability to find comfortability is completely proportional to how much discomfort one can navigate, right? The ability of finding greener pastures, if you will, working in those spaces of energetic rigor. But one of the beautiful things that we saw that may have potentially been occurring right now, specifically during the Scorpio full moon, is the ability to appreciate and honor the path of change. This may have been a moment of contemplation for you, because I kind of saw that this was either a moment of looking backwards, being able to appreciate how far one has come, how much one has changed, or this was a moment of potentially looking forward, seeing how far one has to go, setting that force of intention, having one's work cut out for them. Potentially for some, maybe a little bit of looking in both directions, right? A little bit of that work and looking in both directions. Not surprised to see that either, because here we are. We have officially entered Gemini season, and there's a lot of Gemini energy that's coming through right now. I got to point out, not only are we in Gemini season right now, but Jupiter is also in Gemini. So this could be feeling a lot of that space as it relates to having different opinions, working in the space of different ideas, looking at things with different perspective. What is the gift of Gemini energy? Honor and appreciation of facets. This is why, again, all the signs, depending on their placement, can take a page from the other sign's book. This is why Taurus and Gemini are stuck next to each other, okay? Because Taurus is a lot about that work, about tenacity, about sticking to a path and holding on to the path and pushing through and pushing on. And then we've got Gemini that's like, or just try something different, or just try something different, right? A lot of that that I like to describe, I describe Gemini energy as like pinball energy, because it's that idea of moving through things rapidly that allows for a lot of new ideas to come through. Now, at the same time, especially with that Gemini in Jupiter, this could be feeling a lot of stabilization occurring, specifically and particularly as it relates to taking multifaceted approaches to problems, or working in a space of identifying and recognizing that sometimes there isn't just a single solution to something, right? Gemini teaches us that you just can't stick a patch on something and say, I fixed it, right? Gemini says to us, you can't just look at the problem, you have to understand the source, right? You look at the bigger picture, you're able to understand that sometimes a lot of that work of adaptability, a little bit here, a little bit there, goes a long way. We also have the fact that Mercury, right around the time that we're going to have that Gemini full moon, is going to be moving into Gemini on the 24th. And if that wasn't enough, we've also got the fact that right around that same time, Saturn is finally completing its movement into Aries. And that, if you've been feeling a little bit of energetic heaviness, if you've been working through a lot of like deep feelings, potentially feelings that you've been carrying for a long time, I do feel that a movement of Saturn out of Pisces into Aries is going to be helpful in that way, because it's effectively articulating and identifying the space of building resolve, right? Working in the pathwork of resolution, either resolving the feelings of the past through the work that we've been seeing, especially a lot of that moon that we identified, potentially working to release bitterness, right? Moving something into a space of productivity, or being able to find a space or place to channel one's frustrations into something that feels like it's energetically productive. Now, we are seeing that all of these shifts are having different impacts depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. Big shifts right now for energy in separation, and big shifts right now for energy that is coming into divine union. For the energy in separation, I see that this is a time that's being demarcated by taking a different approach to partnership. If these were the modalities that used to be going into relationships saying, I hope they like me, that is no longer the case. And the reason we're seeing that that's no longer the case is because a lot of the energy right now in separation is working through, I keep on saying, these are the magician partnerships. And what does the magician say? I don't care if you like me. The magician is concentrated on one's own majesty. We were just going through this with all of the work that we saw that was occurring during Taurus season. And that's the thing about majesty. Majestic energy is the space of feeling the groundedness in the self, right? The weight of the self that says, if I'm good with me, right? If I look in the mirror and I like what I see, we practice non-attachment as it relates to how another person feels about us, which again, if someone doesn't like you, it stings, right? It's like an owl moment, but it's not like you don't fall over, you know? And that's effectively what non-attachment means, right? It doesn't mean I am a rock. I don't care about anything. I don't feel anything. It's great. I'm so healed. I don't care about you at all. That's not non-attachment. Non-attachment is recognizing and identifying what it makes sense to care about. And the thing is, when we understand the space of another person, navigating rejection, it stings. It hurts, right? It stings. But when we're good with ourselves, it just stings, right? It doesn't devastate us, because it's the acknowledgement that the only feeling that, again, if you feel a certain way about me, I don't have any control over that. I mean, unless there's something that I'm actually doing that is a note that you can give me. Beyond the fact that we generate feelings within one another, the gift that we have in non-attachment is recognizing and identifying that the only emotion that we have responsibility for in relationality to what we engender and create in another is confusion, because confusion can always be met with clarity. And so that work, it's not easy. And I can see even now for a lot of the energy working into these new partnership dynamics, this is a lot of the energy that's just getting right to the hard part. There's a lot of these like Band-Aid rip moments, like conversations that they would have potentially waited further down the line. No more waiting, particularly and especially because we see that a lot of the energy in separation right now are healing from situations or circumstances where a blind spot, something that was avoided, has led to a separation. The inability to talk about something or the refusal to talk about something that often articulates the discovery of a blind spot in another person's ego that sometimes makes us feel like we have to walk on eggshells. And the energetic of the healthy partnerships is one that while there may be difficult conversations, there's never impossible conversations. And this is why, again, the ability of the energy in separation to be having conversations of this nature with new partnerships, this is the energy that is reaffirming and recognizing that there's one thing to say that you desire healthy partnership, and another thing to embody the qualities and characteristics that are required to be able to maintain it. This brings us to the energy that's coming into divine union right now. And these are, you'll recall, the chariot partnerships that began at the time that Mars came out of being retrograde up until the time that Mercury and Venus went direct behind Neptune. These chariot partnerships prioritize stabilization, the stability of the partnership, because when we find stabilization, when we find consistency in partnership, it allows us to go into the inner sanctum of the self. But I'm seeing even now there was something very devastating that was occurring for a lot of these energies coming into partnership, because that heart opening, the higher ground that the partnership creates that allows one to see the past through a new optics, that creates a lot of that trauma being released. And this is often why we sometimes see that when energy, we heal from trauma, because if we don't heal from our trauma properly, when we find the healthy stability of healthy partnership, it feels like illusion. It feels like it's not real. And that ability to navigate and maintain into the shift, right? What is this energy doing? Why is it in High Priestess right now? They're giving each other reality checks. They're saying, look at me. That past was the place that hurt you. This is the reality that we're stepping into. And that ability of feeling healed in the arrival of that, working through the vulnerability of healthy partnership, this is the energy that is learning to navigate the joy that they're finding and recognizing the joy as a reality. But it's also like devastating, because there's a lot of that observation of what they're experiencing, navigating that shift of perception that is finally allowing them to unlock a lot of trauma that they did not even know that they were carrying. This brings us to a lot of the energy deep within divine union. For a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that this is energy right now that is in temperance moving into judgment. A lot of that work prior to that full moon in Scorpio was taking the temperature on things, recognizing what it is that one was trying to manifest, and then trying to articulate and define whether the work that is needed is something that is outside of the self or something inside the self. And while we see that energy right now deep within coming into divine union is giving each other reality checks, looking at each other within the eyes, the energy deep within divine union is learning the gift of healthy partnership in recognition of having another's back. That when we're building into the space of being able to have a relationship where we challenge ourselves, where again, these are the warrior partnerships that you'll remember that were occurring during the start of the year. That ability of being able to define and recognize what one is trying to put a force of work towards, right? This is the energy that says to each other, always that work, patience, never waiting, not looking at the things that we're not good at as an excuse not to do them, but allowing that to be the place where we put our force of effort. And this is the gift that we see that the counterparts give one another, because recognizing that change, observing those qualities and characteristics, this is the energy that is always adapting, always changing, always working in that space of the sacred breath of partnership, which is the need that is met with progress, right? The conversation of change. And so that ability of being adaptable, already deep within divine union lessons around Gemini, that is allowing for the ability of articulating and defining what one is willing to work upon within the self versus what one is trying to change outside of the self. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, welcome to those who are joining us across the other platforms. If you would like to get on the list as well today, you can do so via my tree that is links in my bio. Let me know how you're feeling right now. How is this shift into Gemini treating you? Hi there, Jean. Thank you for those gifts. And Morgan, Megan, thank you for joining us today. Welcome, V. Good to see you, and thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Clara, I'm sending you so much support, dear. Looking forward to our reading today. Amazing. Glad to hear it, Earth Angel. Hi there, Kai. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome, Simone. Grand Rising, Haley. Good to see you as well. Rosa, thank you for those gifts. And Susie, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Adam, for the gifts as well. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Denise, Grand Rising. I'm so glad you were able to make it this morning as well. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And Jade, thank you for the roses. Hi there, Jade. I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You'll be the 3rd person read for. All you need to do is send the donation payment to be added to the list. Deborah, thank you for the follow. Heavy energies, right? It should be like, listen, it should be easing up now that we're moving. Like, it's going to definitely ease up once Mercury gets out of Taurus. Mercury doesn't like being in Taurus. Okay, it's too slow. I've been describing this right now. Mercury and Taurus. I like to point this out. Mercury likes to run through the halls of the houses, right? And when Mercury is like Pisces, room, Aries, room, Taurus, hello, hello, yes, hello, hello, yes, hi, yes, I know, I can't run in here. Okay, thank you. And then it goes, and boom, Gemini again. So it's like, if you're feeling a little bit of that weight right now, or if you're feeling, I told you, it's going to feel a little retrograde. It's going to feel a little retrograde, especially with Saturn right now moving out of Pisces into Aries. The memories. It's going to be a lot of that. Do you remember? It's going to be like, it's like, do you remember the time? It's a lot. It's a lot of that. It's a lot of working through sentimentality, but also it's also the Pluto in retrograde that we need to deal with too. But that's the thing. If you're going through that moment that you're looking at something and being like, I don't think that's romantic anymore, congratulations. Okay. Because I keep on describing this Pluto retrograde is like a haunted house in the summertime. It's like, well, yeah, this is where we keep this stuff. Yeah, we're in the off season here. Like, get out of the way. Like, moving the skeleton. Yeah, ooh, it's very scary. It's a lot of that. And also, it's going to make for some weird dreams. Like, very weird dreams. Speaking of dreams, I also do dream interpretation. So if you'd like to get on the list and have a dream interpreted today, you can also do so. We do dream interpretations here. We do angelic guidance. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do pet readings. We do mediumship. We do animal spirit guide readings. You can find the full list of readings that we do over on my tree that is links in my bio. Also, if there is information that you would like to provide for the sake of our reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or a past life you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber to our Discord, if you are a subscriber, you can head over to our subscriber only Discord channel that is available only to the subscribers. Thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Heather, so good to see you today. These are hard, right? These are hard right now, but we manage. Yeah. It is. That's the thing about it. It's like, it's a lot of that. Things are hard, but we're harder kind of energy, right? Like, welcome to Saturn transiting. Thank you as well, B. That's where the dreams are coming from. Yeah, that's where they're coming from. It's going to feel less. I'm going to tell you, it's going to feel, the dream space is going to be less adversarial now. Like when we saw when Mars was in Cancer, we were seeing a lot of adversarial dreams and a lot of overcrowded dreams with all of the planets jammed up in Aries. I think now they're just going to be weird. They're going to be like weird because it's going to be like scary things happening in the dream, but they don't scare you. They're just weird, if that makes sense. How are you doing today, Hydra? Couple of updates, my friends, before we move into personal readings. Just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list today, now's a great time. You will be the 3rd person read for. Also, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the death card. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Wednesday. June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. If you would, we are going to be continuing our journey of study into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. I am so excited. It is a very cool card. We're going to be talking about the symbology of the card. We're going to be talking about the history of the card. We're going to be talking about the spread, how to read that card in any direction it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be showing you guys a unique spread you can take with you out of that class. And all you need to do, if you want to become a part of our class program, is mosey on over to our Substack and become a paid subscriber there. Your paid subscription to my Substack is the ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. But now is a great time to join, because even though you don't need to catch up. I do my best to give you a recap on everything we studied in the tarot classes in each class. But if you wanted to catch up, this would be the perfect time to join, because if you become a monthly subscriber, you're going to have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Class Library Archive. If you become a founding member, you will have full access to the library, which gives us over 14 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. So if you want to bone up for that class, now is a great time to join. You'll be able to take like 2 classes a week. You'll be all caught up for our next class. I will also, as a monthly subscriber, you will have access to a one-on-one chat with me to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, as I mentioned, not only do you have a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. You also have access to receiving, if you choose to do so, a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There is something there for everyone. Don't let your robust experience or your lack of experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there. That's where I post all of each day's readings with the photo if you want to see the spread. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which is giving you a brief recap on what we've been seeing energetically in article format. I also have there, I also post there our weekly newsletter, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a limited number of students for this reason. Those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. They are customized per student to meet their needs. You can purchase those on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey at a discount. I am also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings now. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase the dream package, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list is open. As I mentioned, you will be the 3rd person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, please remember, we've got 2 giveaways occurring right now. The first giveaway we will be doing is I will be gifting a reading back to the collective when we hit 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. and we will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing today is we will be doing a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Also, I would deeply appreciate when you guys tap the screen, because when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be moved out to those who have not received it before. So thank you so much for doing your part in helping to share these messages. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Cicada, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Jess. How are you doing? Oh, I hope they're doing well. I hope everything went well. I hope you're doing well as well. So good to see you here, and thank you for joining us today. See, Mike, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hello there, Asurban. Hope you're having a beautiful day today. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective Read. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the third person read for. If you guys could do me a favor and share the live right now, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Also, if you are joining us across any of the other apps and would like to get on the list for today, all you need to do is send that donation payment via the tree that has been sent in my bio, and you can also be on the list for a reading today. That said, also, guys, we are already at 4K, so thank you guys for helping us tap that screen, because when we get to 50K, we'll be doing that giveaway. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? May I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread for today? First two cards we are starting our day off with. I cannot believe it. I can believe it. Of course I can believe it. We've got here the 8 of Swords in its upright in combination with our 7 of Pentacles in its reversal. Why am I so surprised? Surprise. Why am I so surprised to see that 8 of Swords? Well, I would like to direct your attention, if you haven't gone to see it, over to our Substack, because if you go to look at yesterday's spread, the 8 of Swords is where we ended yesterday's reading. So this is a continuation point in the reading that we had yesterday. We're just picking up exactly where we left off. Not only is it the same card, it's in the same direction. And this is what is beautiful about the transition point between Taurus and Gemini. All of the signs are positioned to be able to learn something from the sign closest in proximity to it. And Taurus, we just are coming out of this Taurus season. And what did we talk a lot about when we were going through Taurus season? We were talking about working through the energy of majesty. Taurus energy is majestic stuff. It's why it's in the shoulders. It's why when we see the energy that's majestic, we bare our shoulders. That's why we bow. We bare our shoulders. It's the ability of honoring the weight it takes to persevere, right? It's working through that context. It's identifying and recognizing where we put that force of self, right? And working in the space of also like having to navigate discomforture, having to push out of our comfort zone, working through the paradox of comfort that says often the only way to discover comfort is directly proportional how much discomfort you are willing to navigate, because it's not about what feels like it's easy. It's not about what feels like it's not about what feels like it's not inclement. It's not inclination. It's determination. And this is what Taurus can often teach us, that space of working through tenacity. Now, Gemini is very opposite to Taurus energy. Gemini is very opposite to Taurus energy. That's why I like to call it, like I call it pinball wizard energy, because Gemini is all about like, and now for something different, right? Like while we learn often in the journey of Taurus, like this is where I plant my flag. This is where I plant my flag, and this is what is important, and this is where we move. Gemini is more about, what do you need? What can I do for you? Like, let's haggle. Like, what's it going to take to get there? Right? It's a lot of that rapidness. It's a lot of that tete-a-tete. It's a lot of that energetic force that works in the ability of switching speeds, being very adaptable. Every sign has a lesson that the other sign next to it can learn. And it's always, I love the shift between Taurus and Gemini because it really is the idea. It's like the conversation about the power of rigor versus lithe energy, right? Like majesty, Taurus is all about majesty. Gemini is all about litheness. Gemini is all about being light on the feet. It's about thinking quickly. It's about like looking at something and like doing it like almost like unconsciously. And so there's something really important to be said about the beauty of the harmonization between the space that we experience with Taurus, which is all about building muscle memory, right? This is what we talk about. Why do we practice things? We practice things so we don't have to think about them, right? We practice it, right? You do something over and over and over again until you can do it, until you could almost do it with your eyes closed. And I often like, here's the thing about the Eight of Swords. I know that people see this card and they get the heebie-jeebies, but I got to stress here, that's kind of a you problem. And I mean this because it's very intriguing that often energy looks at this card and they sense danger. But I need to tell you this. This is a card that is a conversation about strong boundaries. We're going to talk about it in detail when we reach in the Tarot Church classes. Because I need to point out, while this looks energetically perilous, there are two different ways you can see this card. Is this energy in a space of danger, or isn't this energy in a space of security, right? We work through our anxiety and fear to be able to stay cool under pressure, to be able to find that determination point of cool-headedness, right? And this is something that we work through. And again, we talk about this is something that we give each other as gifts in healthy relationship, because that ability of maintaining composure, right? That is the gift that we give healthy partnership, because it almost creates that space of being able to say, you can ask me anything, right? Working through, and this is what we meant, like the journey between Taurus and Gemini is so important because it's a conversation about the fact that the gift that we receive in pushing past our comfort zone is that we become comfortable being energetically uncomfortable, right? And that leads to a lack of reactivity, right? And it's the ability of, again, articulating through it instead of reacting to it, that allows for an ability of being able to calm the waters of the self, that allows for the space of having healthy partnership via the portal of conversation. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles. Energy in separation right now. Boom! Empress. And this is what we're seeing that's happening, right? I told you, this is beautiful. I'm very excited to see this card coming out of Taurus season, because this card is often connected to Taurus energy. That ability of working in the space of understanding the self, right? How do you work towards manifestations? Is manifestation looking at things and saying, gimme? No. Manifestation, that's wishing. Manifestation is looking at something and saying, what is it going to take to get there? It's navigating the space of change. It's understanding and seeing the qualities and characteristics that you're working to embody in the self. And it doesn't mean that we're perfect. It doesn't mean that, like, how do you find perfection? You recognize what it is that you're working on, right? That the flaws become facets isn't pretending that there aren't flaws there, right? And there's something really beautiful that we see is happening right now, because this is the energy that understands that the song of authenticity is, I'm not perfect, but I'm getting there. And this is what I keep on hearing. Like, this is the song that's happening for a lot of the energy right now in separation, recognizing that in the potential counterpart. That is the song they're singing, the song of the self that says, I'm not perfect, but I'm working on it. Because in that space of working on it, That is the adaptability that says, thus these flaws become facets. Working on the self, excited to share the news of the self, right? Excited to talk about the assignment of the self. Working and operating in the context of majesty that allows for the possibility of what can be achieved in that space. And so I see even now there's a little bit of this energetic excitement there, because this is the energy that's like doing a little bit of whoa Nelly here. They're holding the reins. They're not trying to get too excited. They're not trying to rush a process, but they're feeling the beginning blush of something that feels like I keep on hearing, it feels like it's got strong roots, right? They're giving something time to show the ability of not just being able to articulate something, but finding the strength of the self that allows for the context of getting there. Continuing to get clarification, fourth and fifth card in our 5-card spread for today. We've got here our Hanged Man in its upright in combination with our 6 of Pentacles in its reversal. This is beautiful. This is all the stuff we want to see coming out. This is all the stuff we want to see coming out of Taurus season, because it's working. And I keep on saying it's tenacity, not stubbornness. It's force of determination, not bullheadedness, right? Because often, and we see this a lot with those with like heavy Taurus placements, right? The ability to recognize the difference between stubbornness and holding the form is moving outside of the comfort zone, right? Because it's the difference between being in a space that feels like it's indulgent, right? Versus the ability of recognizing what one aspires to and building towards it. This is why we often see with Taurus, much like Leo, there's nothing worse than an unhealed Taurus, because those, like when you can usually tell like the condition and quality and condition of Taurus, and depending on whether you find themselves in a groove or a rut, right? Because a groove is that path work where you're pushing oneself towards one's own majesty. You're stepping a little bit into that space of the uncomfortability point, right? You're stretching those muscles, right? It hurts so good kind of energy. It's that feeling of discomfiture that one needs in order to recognize that you're getting stronger and doing something. And so that ability, this is often how we find our energetic groove, which is like it keeps that space of compelling ourselves forward, right? Leaning, but not too much, right? That's why we always want to be careful of not lifting super heavy things during Taurus season, because everybody thinks they're stronger than they are during Taurus season. Whereas working in the space of comfortability, like this is often how we find a rut, right? It's the energy of saying like, this is what I feel comfortable with. I don't want to leave that shell. I don't want to leave the shell. I want to stay here. So it's always that it's applying, I keep on hearing, it's applying pressure in the best and brightest ways possible, right? It's that energy that feels like it's restorational. And so I see even now that this is why I keep on hearing this for the energy coming into divine union, because I told you the energy coming to divine union into divine union right now is going through the ringer. If you were to ask them how they're feeling, they'd say, how are things going in your relationship? Never better. How are you feeling? Never worse. And they're saying it with like a smile on their face. Why are they saying it with a smile on the face? Because the recognition of something that they need to work on that they could not see before, but the gift of the partnership and a point of stabilization is creating new assignments. It's literally hurts so good. Welcome to High Priestess energy, right? It's understanding what it's going to take to be able to maintain something is often the ability of identifying what it is that we could not see that we need to work on to be able to build even into healthier partnership, right? There's a lot of, I keep on hearing, there's a lot of that space I keep on identifying, and I have to recognize, I need to point this out. This isn't the energy that feels the need to change, to be able to maintain partnership. This is the energy that feels eager for change because they've got a taste for it. And they're like, I want more of that. More of that. I want more of this. It's the acquired taste. The acquired taste for the change of the self that leads to breakthrough. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union right now. Can I please get one card to clarify? Clarification between our 8 of swords in its upright in combination with our 7 of pentacles in its reversal. There's that Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. You know, I got to tell you right now, for the energy deep within divine union, I just keep on hearing this energy. And I got to stress this. I keep on hearing the energy deep within divine union, just saying absolutely not. But why is the energy saying absolutely not? It's interesting because I'm hearing absolutely not, but they're saying absolutely not. Not N-O-T. They're saying K-N-O-T, which is saying that when we are building into the things that we know are energetically important, we're willing to have a hard conversation. We're willing to like have those modalities or those moments that we work on something, or we recognize. I keep on hearing this is the energy that starts to get too hard on the self. This is the energy that's healing from those from the stories that the trauma told them, right? The stories that the trauma told them. And what does the trauma say? You'll never be good enough. You'll never amount to anything. Who do you think you are? Right? And this is why I keep on hearing the energy that's untying the knots of trauma by saying absolutely not. Because when we build into the conviction of, it's interesting I said convection, when we build into the conviction and the understanding of seeing the qualities and characteristics, trusting the force of partnership, the gift of true partnership is the true partner acts as a mirror. And it helps us understand the stories that are told of us, that are others' illusions, versus the authenticity and the clarity that the counterpart sees. And so there is that confirmation that we see, the healthy partnership that becomes the confirmation to help us identify what the ego holds on to because it's afraid versus something that needs to be energetically shed. And so I keep on hearing like there's a lot of that shedding that's occurring because it's recognizing the work, it's recognizing the adaptability, it's working in the context of identifying what can change versus what needs to remain. And that ability of doing so, this is the gift that the counterparts deep within divine union give, which is again why I keep on seeing it as temperance moving into judgment, continuing to get clarification between our 7 of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Empress card in its upright. Can I have one card to clarify, please? 8 of Wands in its reversal. We've got double 8s today. And I'm not surprised to see the 8 energy because the 8 energy is very connected to Gemini. Okay. 8 energy because it's about continuum. It's a lot like Gemini works through a lot of the energy of continuity. And the thing about that, and you have to understand that the Taurus is about energetic tenacity, right? It's the force of pressure that one applies to something. Gemini is the continuity in relationality to not looking from something and feeling the need to take something, but feeling the need to give. The Swiss Army knife, if you will. Like I like to describe Gemini energy as the Swiss Army knife of the zodiac, right? It's the ability to say, as long as I'm adaptable, I'm ready, like, what do you need? Right? It's not how dare you. It's not the conversation when you show up and nobody's ready. You don't say, how dare you? I'm getting out of here. That the Taurus might do that. But a Gemini says, what do you need? What do we have to do? Right? It's finding, it's being ability to be light on the feet. It's being able to pivot, right? And I keep on seeing here now for the energy in separation, a lot of this work that we're effectively seeing, this is what I meant with the energy that is, I told you, there's something about these magician partnerships that are forming right now. They're a little provocative. They're poking at each other, but I keep on hearing they're poking at each other in the best ways possible. Why? Because they're poking at what was sore subjects in previous partnership. And what happens when egoic wounds create the space of impossibility in relationship, right? This is working on the space of relation of healthy partnership. I told you, these are the energies that prioritize authenticity above all. And authenticity allows the ability to be one's authentic self, working in the space that says, it's not that one says, I'm perfect, I'm not going to change, but understanding the space that if we understand what we're working on, then we want someone we want someone who embraces us in that same way, because our authenticity is our circle of protection, right? When we are inhabiting our authenticity, which means if we're being our authentic self, and not to say that we're just resting in that space, but we're identifying and recognizing what it is that we're putting our effort of work into, trying to know the self as well as we can. If someone doesn't like us in that place, then they don't like us. Like, I see the energy being like, and that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about the energy right now that's coming out, like coming into partnership, that's healing from relationships that made them feel like they had to perform the act of the self instead of getting to be the authentic self, right? Because that feeling of having to like be on tiptoes, treading carefully. This is why I see that this is the energy entering new partnerships, stomping their feet every step of the way, because they're saying, this is who I am. If you don't like it, that's okay, but let's get that over with now before we discover that later on, like later down the path is what we're effectively seeing. So there's a lot of that energy here and working in that space. I keep on hearing, it's like, it feels a little, but it feels playful. I need to stress this. Like, it almost says to me that there's some energy that's entering partnership with a little bit of this like go away vibe. Right? Like, are you ready to go away yet? And what is the energy saying? I love it here. I'm not going anywhere. Right? Like, I see the energy just like taking a seat and saying like it's the appreciation of building into that. Continuing, moving into clarification between Empress energy and Hanged Man. These two cards together. Like, do you see what I mean? Like, this is masculine and feminine, right? Like, this is like, look at masculine in separation, looking at feminine, being like, are you sick of me yet? And feminine's like, I love it here. I'm not going anywhere, right? And what's feminine doing? Like, I said what I said. And masculine saying, I didn't say anything. Like, you see, you see this type of energy. Um, Continuing to get, there's a lot of it's very like, it's Gemini season. I'm not surprised that there's like, it's like, this is my tea, deal with it kind of thing. Continuing to get clarification between our Empress card and our Hangman in its upright. There's that World card. Wow. And this is what I meant. I gotta say, I keep on hearing there's a moment of celebration right now for some of the energy deep within coming into divine union, because they survived the heart opening. Why did they survive the heart opening? Because we talked about this. This is a big deal. And I got to tell you, even though I was reading for this, a majority of the energy doing this work managed to stay in that vibration, which doesn't often happen. I got to tell you, it doesn't often happen. I usually see a lot of energy falling into separation when I see things of this nature occurring, especially during these Scorpio full moons. But that ability of moving into a space of safety, and then all of these feelings spill out, right? All of the things that you didn't know you were carrying. But instead of reacting to it, working through the heart to throat chakra, being able to articulate through it instead of react to it, this is a lot of energy that, what are they finding? They're stabilizing in the force of the partnership. They're coming into that shift. They're experiencing and staying stabilized in the new reality that the partnership brings along with it. Because again, this is why we heal from trauma. We heal from trauma, and I did not quote this, but this is me quoting. We don't heal from trauma to accept trauma. We heal from trauma to be able to face joy. Because if we haven't healed from our trauma effectively and we find joy, we push the joy away because it feels unreal. It feels like an illusion. But when we're ready to come into the space of vulnerability, we hold hands with the counterpart. And what do we say to one another? What are they saying each step of the way? You're safe with me. You have nothing to apologize for. If there's something about the space that you used to react and instead you're articulating through it, you're already energetically healing from it. And so I just keep on hearing that a lot of that Scorpio energy is the emotional release, but the celebration point is it's emotional in that it's coming from the mouth. It's not coming through the activation point, because when we react to a heart opening, we have a breakdown. When we react to a heart opening, we have a breakdown. We push back into the trauma. When we feel the force of the trauma and we drop the weapons of the trauma, we articulate through it instead of reacting to it. We're energetically ready because we're ready to understand that peace is not found. It is made every day by the choices that we maintain in trying to work towards it. This brings us to the energy of the hangman in combination with the Six of Pentacles in its reversal. Hierophant. Yep, that's what I meant about absolutely not, right? Because it's understanding, it's conversations, recognizing and identifying upon things that are important. And the thing about it is, and again, if you're ever having, and here's the thing about it, healing isn't about letting go of everything. Healing is not about letting go of everything. It's understanding why you're carrying something, right? And so I just keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy, working in that space. And I like to point out, if you're ever unsure if something you're carrying is good to be carrying, if you're feeling bitter about it, it's not good. Bitterness is the body's alarm system to tell you you need to let go of something, right? We cannot control the trauma that occurs to us, but how we carry it is entirely up to us. And often when we have those moments that we recognize that we're getting energetically bitter about something, it often is the indication to the body. It's the body's system of saying to us, you need to let this go. It's not good for you, right? And so that ability of doing so, I keep on hearing the energy deep within divine union is also shifting. But that shift is understanding that the way that we heal isn't just saying, okay, I'll just wait till I feel better. Trauma, if you could let go of trauma, it wouldn't be trauma. That's the sad truth about it. There's never a moment that you say, okay, when this trauma goes away, I'll do something. It's not going anywhere. Trauma is the pain that sticks, but our ability to build an altar to it is recognizing the fact that we have changed within it. And that ability of carrying it, holding that pathwork sacredly is, and I keep on hearing, there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union that's working through lessons of Chiron. And I'm not surprised to see this because we saw the energy coming into divine union was working through Chiron, which says, what can I do with this that feels like it will heal instead of create more bitterness? Where can I put that force of effort in a way that feels like it is restorational rather than something that feels like it creates that pain within the self? And that's hard work, right? I even see this here. There's a lot of new practices that are being built. There's a lot of new routines. There's a lot of new, I keep on seeing the force of personal pledges in relationality to understanding what one is working to change and also bringing something to the adaptability point of what it will take to get there, right? Taurus into Gemini. Taurus into Gemini is effectively like seeing, like I love to point out, Taurus and the Gemini is like seeing the other shore and saying, what do we need to get over there, right? It's like it's understanding the healthy manifestation that isn't the space of longing, but it's letting go of longing and moving into the space of activation. Continuing to get clarification, because all I keep on hearing is for energy deep within divine union, always patient, never waiting, right? When we're waiting, we're wishing. When we're waiting, we're saying, where is it? That's a wish. A manifestation is understanding what we need to do within the self to get to what it is that we hope to achieve or accomplish. Welcome to Saturn. Welcome to Saturn in Aries and Leo and Mars and Leo. Continuation between our Knight of Pentacles in combination with our Eight of Wands in its reversal. Boom! There's that Justice card in its reversal. But I need to stress this. Do you see the difference? I keep on recognizing, and we're going to talk a little bit about, this is going to be a big conversation as we navigate, this Gemini energy. The difference between fickleness and adaptability. Because what does it mean to be fickle? To be fickle means to be too changeable, right? Fickleness is usually best observed by an ability to not be able to stay energetically consistent in relationality to the manifestation goal that one is hoping to pursue. Adaptability is the ability to be transformative in the wake of it. So if you're working through something right now and you're working through a situation or circumstance and you're understanding or trying to identify the difference between fickleness and adaptability, the way that you can usually determine the difference between fickleness and adaptability is when we're being energetically fickle, we can't stick to a single manifestation goal. We're just leapfrogging all over the place. I want that, I want that, I want that, I want that, I want that. We don't get anywhere, right? But when we are in Gemini energy, when we're energetically adapt, and this is something that Geminis have to work on. Geminis, I'm looking at you. I changed my mind. Powerful prayer. Okay. Change my mind. Powerful prayer can sometimes be a bit catastrophic, right? The difference between fickleness and adaptability is understanding that fickleness is moving too much from one manifestation to another, right? Not being sure where one is going, just looking around, whatever's around. Like it's like squirrel, it's squirrel energy. Okay, squirrel is like, but adaptability is the ability of staying consistent in relationality to what you're working towards, but being adaptable in relationality to what it'll take to get there. And so I feel like this is going to be a big message that we're working through as we navigate this Gemini season, because there's a lot of, here's the thing, it's a lot of Gemini energy. I mean, listen, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with Gemini energy. I love Gemini energy. Thank you. But the thing is, when there's a lot of it, it can feel a little chaotic. It can feel a little chaotic. And I'm just saying, we're going into Gemini season. There's Jupiter in Gemini, and Mercury's about to go into Gemini. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of slices. Okay. It will be interesting. It will be interesting. I guarantee you will be entertained. Okay. All right. Continuing to get clarification here. And I can already hear, like, I can already hear some of these, like, and this is the thing, and I keep on seeing, and I got to tell you this. Similar situations, different intention is going to be what a lot of this work. And this is why I'm going to tell you right now, I want you got to promise me right now, nobody's allowed to be triggered right now, because I'm going to tell you, you're going to be having deja vu, like wacky through this energy. You're going to be like, this feels a lot like, but it's different, right? It's recognizing and identifying the difference I keep on hearing between fickleness and adaptability. So if you're working through that right now, like, just keep that in mind, and don't let yourself get triggered, especially around past trauma, right? Remember, okay, I'm just going to tell you, You're Just Like X is the song of projection. I'm just going to tell you right now. So if don't you dare. I already see where this is going, okay? You're welcome, okay? Continuing to get clarification between the 8 of Wands in its reversal in combination with our World card in its upright. We've got here wow, there is so much 8 energy. This is what I meant. It's a lot of cake. A lot of energy. We've already got it here, because I told you 8 is very closely associated to the Gemini journey, because it's about the continuum. It's about the adaptability, right? It's about the constant flux of changing, of a curvature that's always changing, but always working into the continuation point. So we've already got, this is what I meant. We've got the trifecta. We're having a Gemini trifecta right now that's going to be happening during Gemini season, during the Gemini full moon, which basically means we're going to have Jupiter in Gemini. We're going to have Mercury in Gemini season. The best way I can describe this, okay? The best way I can describe this is, have you ever played pinball? I'm a big pinball fan. Okay, I'm a big pinball fan. But here's the thing. Have you ever played pinball and there's that one thing you can sometimes hit where instead of one pinball, there are three pinballs. It's like that. It's gonna feel a little it's gonna feel a little like that. It's gonna feel like herding cats. It's herding cats energy, okay? It's gonna feel like it's gonna be like herding cats. And that's why I'm saying right now, I want you to lock in. I don't want you to lash out. Okay. I don't want you to be overwhelmed. This is for all the energy. This is across all the frequencies. Okay. Continuing to get clarification. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Continuing to get clarification between our world card and the Hierophant. Can I have one card to clarify? Yeah, okay. We've got the Ace of Cups in its reversal. And it's going to feel, and I keep on getting, it's going to feel like a lot happening at once. You might even be feeling this right now. Okay. And so, but that's why I want you to work through any feelings of overwhelm. And I feel like a lot of this, and I think that this is a bit of the gift that we're experiencing with the fact like Saturn transiting into Aries at the same time that this happens is actually, I feel, working in a space that is beneficial because it's feeling to me like working through the ability of focusing and locking in, not allowing oneself to get energetically distracted, right? Like, and I feel like it does, like it's working through the context of understanding the concentration of the self, right? Because we talk a lot about this here. The space of understanding that everything is happening around us, but then being very focused upon what it is that we're trying to move towards. It's going to be helpful. I would really, really stress that something helpful coming into this season is making sure that you have very focused manifestation goals. I would also say making sure that you're prioritizing the manifestations, right? Because something about doing so, it's working into the context of not being too hard on yourself if a lot is happening. Working on, like, I keep on hearing, and I feel like the mantra, right? The mantra for this season is if one is doing the best that one can, that is enough, right? It's about being able to do the best that one can and appreciating simultaneously that others are also doing that work because there's a lot of that. I just keep on seeing there's a lot of that. There may be that moment that we may see that happens with some of this energy of potentially feeling overtasked, right? So just be able to focus on that. Now, this is again, this is very important because I feel like this is what is allowing a lot of the energy to heal right now in separation. Why are we seeing that there's something really important that may be happening for some energy in separation? It's saying to me that there's some energy right now that is healing by building into healthy partnership. And in the process of building into healthy partnership, where someone is seeing them at their authenticity and accepting them there, they're finally recognizing the impossibility of a point that they were reaching in a past relationship, right? It's awful convenient, is all I keep hearing, right? That space of understanding that when we're working towards perfection, right, we never find perfection. But if we don't want to move forward on something, it's very easy to try to utilize a lack of perfection to be an ability to kind of stay in a space of one's ideal. And so I keep on seeing that there's a little bit of this energy that in the space of coming into the realization of finding energy that accepts them as they are, they're recognizing the energetic relationships of the past that was trying to turn them into something they were not. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energetic release that's occurring in some of these spaces, because this is the energy that's healing potentially from, I keep on hearing, they said they loved me, but did they ever like me? Right? often those energetic spaces where we feel like someone says that they love us, but it doesn't really give any indication that they like what they see, right? This is often that moment that often like that picking away at something, right? That space of saying, if you just did this, if you just did that, you'd be what? You'd be perfect for me. Healthy partnership is not about creating the context of what one aspires to. It's identifying the flourishing, right? It's coming into that authenticity, the magnificence of the majesty of seeing something that is like that is in its fullness. And I keep on seeing that this is energy that is healing from relationships where they felt that discrimination of someone trying to pull things out that they did not like instead of embracing another in their majesty. And this is something that we do in healthy partnership, right? And this is why we're seeing this, because again, that ability of pulling things out we don't like. When we're in healthy partnership, we help each other do that, right? When we're in healthy partnership, if we say to counterpart, right, I don't like this about the self, right? We go, I got you, right? I got you. Like, I can help you do that, right? Like, it works in that space of, again, building towards what we aspire to, someone who holds our higher self in the same accordance as we ourselves do, right? The ability of another who knows what we're working towards and helps us get there, right? That is the picking apart that feels like it is putting together, because that is the picking apart of showing someone, look, if I know if you're trying to move towards this ideal, we could work on this and this and this and this and this. Okay, perfect, right? Versus the energy that works into a place of discrimination and discernment where they say, now you're perfect for me, right? And often when we have unalignment in partnership, it's the moment that we recognize that another person's aspiration for us deviates wildly from the aspiration point of what we hold for ourselves. And I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is a place where we don't try to change one another's dreams. We carry those dreams as though they were our own, right? We work towards each other's majesty. We don't say, I keep on hearing, we work towards each other's majesty. We don't say honor me or else, is what I keep on hearing. Continuing to get clarification. And that's happening across all of the frequencies. Continuing to get clarification between our justice card in its reversal, in combination with our 8 of Pentacles in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our 9 of Pentacles in its upright. This is one of my favorite cards. I love this card. It's a great card. It's very interesting too, because there's a lot of cards that I would associate here with coming out of Taurus season. 9 of Pentacles is very much in alignment with Taurus energy. Empress card, very much in alignment with Taurus energy. But we see a lot of this new change that we're seeing that's coming in with all of the Gemini, which is being identified with all of these 8s that are popping up all over the spread. If you want to see today's spread, you can head over to our Substack. It will be up there as a photo when we post the podcast. So one of the things that we're seeing and identifying here has to do with working towards, again, conversations on manifestations, right? A healthy manifestation is being able to work towards one's majesty. A healthy manifestation does not require you to disassociate from yourself in the process of moving towards it. Often, when we move towards partnership and we don't know never are we in more danger than when we move in towards partnership and we say, I don't know what I'm looking for, but I'll know it when I see it. Because that is the energy that says, I don't know what I want, right? When we work towards healthy partnership, we always have the energetic aspiration of what the ideal is, but we don't attach. This is why we talk about the fact that healthy manifestation, we don't attach names and faces to it. Because often that ability, again, a healthy manifestation is not looking at something and saying, I want that. It's working in accordance with the universe and saying, this is what I aspire to. Help me see it. Help me see what I have to change to get there. Help me understand. Help me recognize when I see that in another. Because when we get too focused on another person being in that energetic ideal, we start to try to change someone into our manifestation. And this is the source of unhealthy relationships. Because in that moment that we feel that sense of someone that says, you're almost perfect, right? like you're almost perfect, then that is the energy. And again, Pluto in retrograde, that's weird. That's creepy. That's the space that another person goes, it's just if I just do a little, like what are you doing? Don't do that. Don't do that. Right? When you see something that is for you, you don't say, oh, if I just, if, you know, you just, you appreciate the fact that it is showing you things that you could not see before. And it is that resplendence. It's the resplendence of quirkiness. It's working towards the exquisiteness of the energetic surprise, the absolute delight of being in a space of perpetually learning with another that is transformative. It's not, it's not tweaking. It's not tweaking. And so we see even here, and that's what we talk about again and again. I want to say this, right? Because the reason we're seeing this is, and it has to do with pulling away what is unnecessary, right? Because when we're in healthy partnership, what we say to one another, we give each other our dream, and we say, this is what I aspire to. Help me see what I need to pull away to move towards that. It is the gift of disrobing of the self, where you move the extraneous to find what is at the heart of the self. The healthy partnership that helps one ascend into one's highest person. But when we are in unhealthy connection, it often feels like someone is pulling us apart. And as they're pulling us apart, they're saying, you're lucky that I'm here to put you together, because that is often an indication of an unhealthy alignment, because it's someone who isn't moving in accordance with our own dream of self, but trying to transform us into their dream of us. And the way that it can feel devastating and debilitating, because that same feeling of being pulled apart doesn't feel like it's helping you find yourself. It feels like it's destroying the self. It feels like they're taking the parts of the self that you consider most necessary, because in fact, they're not moving in accordance with your own vision. You're not sharing the energetic vision together, but they're moving in accordance of what they aspire to train, like to move you into. And so this is why I see that there's a lot of emotionality that is potentially being released in situations or circumstances where someone is building into the context of building into healthy relationship, allowing their authenticity. Not when someone looks at us at a point of our authenticity and they show aversion, we don't go running up to them and say, I can change, I can change. We say, have a nice day. We say, have a nice day. Like, bye-bye. We go away from them, because our authenticity is protection, to protect us from those that want to change us in ways that we don't desire to be. While the energy that is for us will change us in ways that are profound, because they hold the same things as sacred as we do. So I keep on seeing that a lot of this energy that we're identifying here, this is energy that is building into, this is why they're magician relationships. They're building into the space of showing another their majesty. And that majesty is not the space of saying, I'm perfect, right? It's not the energy that says, I take it or leave it. This is the energy that says, I know I'm not perfect, but I also know the path I'm taking to get there. And this is the energy that says that ability of sharing that path together is the point of joy. While for energy coming into divine union right now, the 8 of Pentacles in its reversal, this is the Ace of Cups in its reversal, one card to clarify. Disassembling in the best way possible. Now I need to show you something that's very interesting that just happened here. I need to show you something that's a little interesting that just happened. I have been integrating into a new deck. You may have seen this. I've been pulling 2 decks out. And what's been happening right now is sometimes inadvertently and in ways that I can't recognize, some of the new decks cards have been falling into the old decks cards. And for that reason, I'm going to have to tell you that we just pulled another 8 of Swords. We've got another 8 on the table. And now we've got double 8 of Swords here because of the card that slipped into the deck. So we've got double 8s here that we are identifying, and it is the same thing, right? I want to show you, and this is the beauty of this, that gift of disassembling, right? Depending on the relationship, this is what it feels like. It either feels like a blessing or it feels like an energetic prison. And it is all entirely dependent upon whether that disassembling brings us closer to what it is we aspire for, or moves us further away from what our own energetic ideal is. And this is what we see is happening right now. I told you, the chariot partnerships that prioritize stability. This is why during that heart opening, something that would have previously created a breakdown is creating a breakthrough, because this is the energy that doesn't say, you've saved me, right? If it weren't for you. This is the energy saying, again, if it weren't for you, I would not have been able to see this, right? But also recognizing that that work is not outside of the self. This is the energy that understands the paradox of alignment, the grand mystery, which is the recognition of saying, is it the person or is it me? And what does the universe say? Yes, it is alignment. It is the serendipity of the moment of coming into energetic connection, the right place at the right time with the right person that helps one discover oneself. And I keep on seeing that this is the energy that says, through you, I am free, because I can see the path to liberation of the self via the energetic stability that I have found within. And that is the gift that we give each other in healthy partnership. It is the force that says, through you, I can see what that direction is. We give each other those maps in that way. Continuing for energy deep within divine union. But, and this is why when we're in unhealthy connection, when someone's saying, taking things from us and saying, you're welcome, it can often feel like a violation. It can feel like something that tears us apart, because that changing, that adaptability point is often the recognition of saying, you don't want the same things as me. You're trying to move me into what you aspire for. We don't share the same manifestation goals. And that brings us to a lot of the energy right now, deep in separation, because that recognition point is why I keep on hearing that even in that modality of coming into partnership, potentially with energy that embraces them, they're being triggered. They're remembering showing those facets to another and feeling the wound of aversion that occurred, right? Everything, again, don't let the past shape you. Let it help you see. Because often, if we're not doing anything wrong, we don't avoid doing something. This is how we heal the intimacy wound. We do it again. And the higher self, the universe says, now I get to show you what it would be like with someone who actually cared to have the same things that you did, for someone that cared in the same way that you cared, right? That is why we heal. That is why we allow for that bitterness to go away. Because in the space of being able to do something again, we often have the ability of recognizing that it wasn't us, right? It shows us the calibration point between what was within our power to change versus what was in our power to accept. And this is what I keep on seeing for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, which is working in the space of saying the sacred knot, right? This is the energy that's still healing. The healing journey is ongoing. We sometimes find those wounds that we didn't know were there. The trauma dictates, tells us things about ourselves that is not true. The beauty of the eyes of the partnership of the counterpart helps us see what is a falsehood of the self that we need to release, or something that we need to work on more from within. So that is the gift of the healthy partnership, why it's so fundamental to be able to work in the space of being able to heal the ego as you move into divine partnership. Because what is the energy saying to one another? I promise never to go easy on you in that journey, right? That's not the space that says, I promise to tiptoe around your ego. This is not the space that says, I promise not to bother you. It's the opposite. This is the energy that says, I promise to be on you all the time. I know what you aspire to. No slacking on that journey, right? Always patient, never waiting, always working towards, right? No excuses, turning the flaws into facets, because that is the promise that they make to one another, which says, again, every breath, I will never give up on you, as long as you don't give up on yourself in the process. Final card for today's spread, between our 9 of Pentacles in combination, woo, there it is, with our 8 of Swords, the second 8 of Swords that we pulled today. This card, I've been seeing this been happening ever since we hit the Pluto retrograde. I don't know, I've been bringing this up. The cards keep sticking to the table, so we've been pulling almost entirely frequently from the bottom of the deck during the reading. And this is the card that came out, and it actually came out transverse. So this is our transverse card that we're ending our reading on today. Yep. The Four of Swords in its reversal. I'm not surprised to see this as well, because the Four of Swords, it wasn't the card that we ended our reading on yesterday. It was the card we ended our reading on the day before. And it's working on peace. It's a conversation on what it takes to find peace. Peace is not easy. Peace is not about avoiding hard things. The peace that one finds avoiding things is called indulgence, right? It's the peace, and we talk about this. Healthy spirituality is not the space that you get to feel good and be like, I'm perfect. You guys all stink. You guys are not coming with me. I'm going. It's going to be great. It's not. That is not healthy. That is indulgent. Always patient. We work on the self. We come to spirituality to work. Nobody wants to work anymore. We don't go there to feel good about ourselves. If you feel great about yourself on a spiritual journey, you might want to check that out. But you should, it does feel good, but it's not easy, is what what it means. And it is the space that we identify. The irony of moving towards divinity is one, in any context, or moving towards grace, is one that you find it not by feeling the sense of being perfect. That never are you more astray. Never are you more astray than when you feel that you're perfect. It's recognizing that there's always work to do, right? It's being able, like, we don't say, like, it's not the space that says hooray. It's a space that says, I see what I need to do. I recognize what I can do that can be better, right? And I feel like there's something beautiful. And this is why I love the fact that this Four of Swords is coming up in its transverse, because the beauty, the reason that the 8 is connected to Gemini is because there are no straight lines. There's no stabilization point in the figure of an 8. It is all curvature. It is continual change that creates continuum. And so it is the conversation of the fact that even in the space of adaptability, we recognize and understand that even in that space, there is something that is harmonious. That even, and this is why, Gemini's often mastered the secret of this, because it's in that space of being so adaptable, being hard to pin down. That is the quality and characteristic of often those with Gemini placements. You're hard to describe. You're eclectic. It don't fit in a box. It's like, you can't pin them down, right? Because it's arriving at that in itself. It is about ineffability. Like, the journey of Gemini is the journey of ineffability, but even recognizing that ineffability is a quality and characteristic. It's not about so much, and again, this is often what is interesting about those with Gemini placements, working in the space of being able to articulate what that manifestation goal is, right? It's building into, it's like getting the gist, right? It's even in the space of saying, I don't know it exactly, but I know the feeling. I know what it is that I'm looking for, right? There's always a little, and this is something that's hard for those with Gemini placements, is Gemini placements have a hard time working on holding on to a manifestation, because Geminis recognize that there's always something that they don't know, right? There's always something around the bend. There's always a little bit, there's always, it's like Geminis often have a little issue with, like, the curiosity, the curiosity. But you can embody, I keep on hearing curiosity is not an anathema to healthy manifestation. It's about articulating what that is, right? And being able to do so in a way that allows one to be able to define it in a way that allows for that space of possibility to occur. So I want you to think about that a lot as we enter Gemini season. If you're feeling like there's something, that defies definition, do your best. Do your best. You say, do your best. And then you say to the universe, help me with the rest, right? Because sometimes in the modality of understanding that, like, in that context, that there's always something beyond, like that is the conversation that we have as it relates to understanding that that is the nature of existence, right? It's not about being like, I found it. It's the idea of saying that the search that becomes the delight that allows for us to build into the space of constant discovery. And we're seeing this big time right now for the energy and separation across all of the frequencies, because this is the energy that is potentially having a hard time defining like who they are. They're having a hard time being able to articulate where they're experiencing, because they're saying to one another, I've never been here before. Like, I keep on hearing the energy being like, I'm finding myself. I don't know what I'm finding. I am also on this journey, right? It's often that modality that we have to, I feel like this is the energy that feels like they're building into relationship, like operating without a net, because they're trying something that they haven't tried before. And so it's like I keep on seeing that this is the energy that's learning as they go, but they're being patient with one another in the process. While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, this is a lot of the energy that's feeling the same exact way. This is the energy that says, this feels weird. And the energy saying, yeah, it feels weird because you've never, like, this is what peace feels like. If you've never felt peace, peace feels weird. But that's why we navigate healing, so that we find the weirdness of peace. We're able to navigate through it and like identify the shift instead of running away from it. Okay. While for masculine and feminine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, I keep on hearing there's a lot of that work or a lot of that space in navigating or trying to explain to another person what non-attachment means. And the thing about non-attachment is there's often this, like, I keep on hearing, again, these are a lot of work we're doing right now with Leo Mars and Leo, which is working through the journey of the Stoic heart. There's been a disambiguation point as it relates to Stoicism. Stoicism is not feeling anything. What context? There is no, in what context have you ever heard of healing? Someone's like, this is great. Can't feel nothing. I'm healed. Can't feel a thing. Go ahead. Yep, it's great. Can't feel it. That is not healing. That is concerning. That is distressing. You should see somebody about that. Healing, a heart opening, working on stoicism is feeling everything, but having the force of self that one does not let the emotions lead the way. One moves with intention through the emotions. One is able to convey, right? Unattachment talks about the space, and when we're able to feel the expansiveness of our emotions and not react to them, we become warriors, because we're able to convey ourselves in accordance to what the emotions ask for without feeling like we are being dragged by them. So that ability is, I keep on seeing, having to have hard conversations between the difference between someone that says, I'm just following my feelings, versus saying following your feelings is not following your heart, because sometimes your feelings ask for things that are not beneficial towards you. It is the space of understanding that healthy is not just what feels good, but what is good. It's finding the coordinates between the ego and the higher self, right? What feels like, again, the ego that you're trying to be proud of versus the higher self that works to work into the space of what is practical and possible. Bottom of the deck on this reading, 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. I told you, it's a lot happening all at once. It's very, the thing about it, and I will point this out, it's going to feel a little chaotic right now. And no, like, here's the thing. Gemini energy, I know that you know this about yourself, right? Much like Aries does. Aries is like, I'm a lot. When we were going through it, we've just been having this like profundity of different things in the houses. We just had to go through all of this energy. It's also the fact that we've still got a lot of planets in Aries right now on top of the Gemini energy. So it's like everybody feels like they're short on patience, because Aries is not great in the realm of patience. Everyone's feeling a little bit temperamental. And then on top of it, we've got a lot of things happening all at once and having to be like very like working back and forth, having to be very adaptable. So I want you to just think about that a little bit. Again, remember, peace is not found outside of the self. Peace is found within. If you're feeling, if you feel like a situation isn't right, ask yourself how I can be the flashlight. If things aren't right, be the flashlight, right? Work on the space of identifying and recognizing what you can do to improve something, but don't get overly stressed, right? In terms of trying to fix like things. Manage what is achievable, right? And be supportive to yourself in the space of recognizing and identifying that this is how we lift heavy things. We all do our part to raise something in the way that we can, right? It's a lot of that space of not getting overly stressed out if you're doing the best that you can. The mantra right now is, if I'm doing the best I can, that is enough. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here to experience it. Just a reminder, if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the death card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our exploration into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. If you'd like to become, we're going to be studying the symbology of the card, the history of the card. I'm going to be working you guys through spread applications, how you can read that card in any direction it may appear to you in your own readings. I'll also be giving you a unique spread that you can take from that class to help channel those messages into your own reading. And all you need to do, if you'd like to become part of that class program, is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied thus far prior to beginning our classes, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. And if you would like, if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to the choice of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own tarot journey, to give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be able to receive my Mystic Meditation articles, which are recaps on what we've been seeing energetically in article form. You'll also be able to see each day's spread, which I post there with the podcast. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount. I am also very happy to offer now dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. I would encourage that if you purchase the package of the dream interpretation, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today. And Shmush Shmush, you got second. So you will also have an additional card when we do the 1-card readings. If anyone else would care to get on the list for today, you'll be the 4th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, we are at 20K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I'm also going to take a few moments to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading before we get started on personal readings. You're so welcome, Shmush, and thank you for those gifts. How are you doing today? Welcome, Hardy P. Thank you for those gifts. Lovely. And headies up, Hardy. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. So is yours, some chick. Thank you for the compliment, Bridget. So good to see you today and looking forward to our reading. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Hydra, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Welcome, Carly. Good to see you as well. Cap, the portal of conversation, communication, tap to claim. And I just walked in on this. How you doing today, Lolo? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Oops. Like the knot in my shoulder. Yeah, you know, Phoenix, I hope you listen to me. You got to be careful. I hope you weren't lifting heavy things during Taurus season. Everybody, that I was telling you guys, a little bit of this energy here, feeling like it's giving me like feeling like, oh, I'm strong enough to lift these things, and then being like, oh no, I'm not. Thank you, Emily, for the follow. Phoenix, I wish my back pain was from a knot and not this. Oh geez, 6 discs. I'm sending you so much support on that right now, Phoenix. Make sure you're hydrating too, okay? Because here's the thing: we've got too many planets in Aries. It does a number on us. Like especially in the space of dryness. And Ali Afif, thank you so much for those gifts. And Code Megan, thank you for the follow. Queen of Swords, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Wally, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you for confirmation, Ella. Hi there, Hardy. Ma'am, how could I share a donation you have? Again, I'm afraid I don't take that form of payment, Hardy. We've spoken about this. The forms of payment I take are listed on my tree that is being sent in my bio. You can also send the gift of a baby dragon to be added to the list. Again, I hope that helps. Hi there, Addie. I've got you, Addison. I've got you on the list, dear. You're going to be our first person read for today. You'll also have additional cards. Thank you for getting on the list early. Good to see you. And thank you for those gifts, Mush. A little. How are you doing today, Raymoon? Thank you as well, Lolo. Ella, I have a Gemini brother like this. I gotta tell you right now, and I feel like this is the thing. I was feeling very bad for Pisces during their season because there was very emotional in the fact that we saw that Pisces were working through a lot of abandonment wounds because all the signs were moving out of their house. Aries, it's been like working through a lot of intimacy wounds. And even this Taurus season was potentially rough for Taurus because it could have been feeling like you were seeing red flags everywhere. Gemini, this is going to be a pretty wild month for those with Gemini placements, is what I keep on getting. I feel like Gemini would be like, my time has come. I have felt this. Thank you as well for receiving these messages. Tarot Butterfly. Bookcase, I don't want you to be triggered right now, but I am triggered. Well, that's why I said it. That's why I said it. Fickleness and adaptability. Yep, sending you support, Lolo. Shmush mush. I am having a deja vu for 2 weeks like crazy. I just tell myself I'm on the right path and move on. That is literally, that is just like, yeah, like I said, take the note, just keep on, don't be rocked by it. I think you're doing exactly what you need to do in that with that. Because I get it. It's a lot right now. Trust me. And it's I wish I could tell you it's probably gonna increase when we get Mercury in Gemini shortly. You're so welcome, Simone. Ella, it's so hard to not be triggered when the intentions of others are so brazen. Well, again, listen, I will point out, like Ella, I mean, when you see when you see that someone's intention is behind it, that's a whole different thing, right? That's different. Like if you're like I'm seeing, don't be triggered by something that feels similar to something that hurt you, right? Like I keep on hearing the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt, you know? Haley, did you hear about the yes, I did. Yep. All of the inmates. No, they were they are you're joking. You're making a joke about them all being Geminis. Are you? Tell me you're joking. You're joking, right? This is a joke. You're welcome. I hear it and I feel it, but the wound, I know. I listen, I need to point this out, right? If you are observing the wound and not reacting from it, you're already healing from it. I know it's a small listen. I know it's a small, like it's not much of a consolation, but I'm telling you that that's the truth, Addison. You know. And Nick, thank you for the follow. Did you? Yeah, I also heard about that. I don't think they should like put it back. Okay, put it back. Just why? Why? I don't know. Why can't they just everybody put the doll back? Everybody's it's just it's gonna yeah, you know, yeah, exactly. It's multi-ball. It is. It's that was the word I was looking for. It's multi-ball energy, tarot butterfly. You just looked it up. Are you kidding me? It's hurting cat's energy. Yep. They said not to, and bam. I mean, just you know, it's just you know, again, it's fine. I told you everything's gonna be fine. Okay. Amy, thank you for the gifts. I've been feeling that for real. Thank you, Lolo. There's a video about ooh, I don't know that tarot deck. Bookcase, can you put it in the live? You know, I always want Sylvia Plath's tarot deck. That would be like the best. Queen, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. An interesting comment from a medium who read on the place. Wow. I mean, it's you know, I would love these links. I would love to see what everyone's thoughts are. That's wild. Yep, everybody's saying put it in the Discord. You're so welcome, Ella. Thank you, Kath, for the gift, dear. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm gonna do the best that I can. So exactly. I guess more than half of them were Gemini. The other were Scorpio, Aquarius, and a Leo. The Leo was for morale. The Leo was for morale, okay? The Leo's like, come on, guys. Wow, that is wild. They extend an invitation, but them won't not really, but them we're not really welcome. Oh, sending you support, Ella. And user 885, thank you for sharing the live. Yakovi, I can read about what the energy is coming forward towards in relationality to the future, if that's what you're asking. They've sent, yep, thank you as well, Imam, for the gifts. So we went from chariot relationships to magician, no hermit. Well, it's interesting, you know, it's interesting that you said hermit, because the thing is that we're seeing right now, Bridget, is the energy that is coming into divine union right now is in high priestess. High priestess is a lot like hermit. High priestess is a lot like hermit energy, you know? but it's more, it's a lot of, because it's talking about sanctuary. Quadruple eights, Lolo. We've got quadruple eights here. 2 eights of swords. Yep. Amazing. Thank you. Adina, good to see you today. Guys, I had a beautiful podcast with Adina earlier this year. Make sure that you give Adina a follow. I hope you're having a beautiful day, dear. You can also see that podcast over on her site or over on my site on my Substack. Diva, thank you for joining us. It is beautiful. Thank you. Hi there, Nat. I promise to hold on to God, unchanged hands. Hi there, Arlene. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. And hi there, Herb. Thank you for the follow. Gina, thank you for the follow. You're describing me perfectly. Gemini here. This is your season. How are you doing right now? I am. And Dream Traveler, thank you. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, as is yours, Catherine. Clara, I've got you on the list here. Have to circle back. Yep, no problem. Clara, you know that you're on the list now, so whenever you want to come back for that reading, you just let me know and I'll add you to the list. Bridget, what kind of healing journey did you get? You feel great, and I feel like I got hit by a truck. Well, it changes. It's like you gotta go through all. It's like sometimes it feels like this, sometimes it feels like that. Yep, I know. I'm not surprised to see the 10 of Pentacles in its reverse there. Thank you for the compliment, Italian. That was intense. It's an intense reading, but it's a good one. Yes, I'm excited about the next tarot class, Bridget. You're so welcome, Smush. And Miss Optimistic, thank you for the follow. I'm a Pisces, and it was rough. No, I know. I felt really bad, because here's the thing. It wasn't just the fact that there were houses, there were planets that were leaving your house, but then the retrograde brought some planets back into it. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm just here to get something. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot. It was rocky, buckle up. The Gemini moon and Mercury here for this energy. Yes. You're going to be like, yes. You're going to be like Elmo in that meme, You're so welcome, Ella. Leo's name was Leo too. No way. Oh no. Oh man. I'm sure. Yeah, that is on the nose. Hi there, Kath. Good to see you. Thank you for that beautiful gift. Interesting. That makes sense about the High Priestess being Hermit energy. They're very similar. It's like, I like to describe it as like High Priestess is more like sanctuary. Hermit is more introspection. It's okay, Kath. Grand Rising, Esteban. The list is still open if you'd like to get on it. Are they counterpart energies? Yes and no. They're not. I would say it's because they don't have counterparts, is what you have to identify there. That's the thing about those energies. But if you go to the class that I taught on the Hermit card in Tarot Church Library Archive, we talk a lot about the significance of the Hermit card, because what's interesting about the Hermit card is it's a combination card. It's actually it's one of the cards. There's a couple cards in the deck that have changed a lot, where we see a lot of different versions of the card. And the Hermit is very intriguing because there used to be a feminine Hermit card in the deck, and we talk about it in the class. So it's that's what I meant. It's like it's a complicated question, but I would not say counterpart. I would say complementary is the best way I could describe it. Because I mean, technically, if you like wanted to break it down to brass tacks, you might want to say the Hierophant is the counterpart to the High Priestess, but they're definitely complementary. Like, there's a little bit, it's a little complicated. All right, friends, we are going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list right now is a great time to get on the list. The list is nice and short. Esteban, thank you for getting on the list. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. I've also made sure to take the cards that somehow slipped into the new deck and put them back into the new deck. So I put in, I've got this beautiful deck. It's called the Circe Tarot. Really lovely. Like, I love this. There's some really beautiful imagery on this. All right, let's get started. I'm not a fan of the quality though. I want to see if I can get a better quality of this deck, because I love the imagery, but this is not for everyday. It's too this is the problem I have. Like, this is why I like this deck. This is not for everyday use. It's too eh. I know it's a very beautiful deck. Like, it's just, all of the cards are gorgeous. Like, they're really, really beautiful. Look at the lovers. Isn't that gorgeous? Sorry, I could just spend like the whole day looking at this deck. Actually, I love string. Check out string. It's really cool, right? I know, I like it. I want to find a better quality of it. I wanted to post about it, but like, honestly, I feel like the quality of this one, I don't want to post the, I want to see if I can find a better quality, because this feels, I don't think this is the original. I feel like there might be a better version of this out there. All right. That said, if you want to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 5th person read for. We're also at 22.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. How are you doing, Katira? Anita, welcome as well. I know weather's been very wild right now, and I'm sending so much support to those who have been affected by it. Hi there, Katira. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. I am doing readings today. I wasn't able to stick around last time for a reading. Just curious if you could tell me what is happening. I'm happy to do a reading for you if you'd like to get on the list. All you need to do is send the donation via my tree that is linked in my bio. Once we get through the personal readings, I'll also be doing 1-card readings. So I'll be happy to pull a card for you as well when we get the 1-card readings. And if you want to book a private reading with me, you always are welcome to as well. How are you doing today, Andrea? I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the screen. And let me just take a moment to read over. You just got a new deck today? What deck did you get, Lolo? We want pics. Post it in the Discord. Awesome. The monthly subscription, which one? Which monthly subscription are you asking about, Tristine? Are you asking about the one here or the one on the Substack? I know, it's a gorgeous deck. I wish it was better quality, because I put my decks through the ringer. I need a nice durable deck to read from. Can I send another galaxy and read to get on my list? My mistake. Yeah, no, absolutely, Kath. If you'd like to do that, I'm happy to honor that. And Dream Travel, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you as well, Lolo. Modern Hue Tarot. I haven't heard that one. Okay, cool. So the way it works, and I hope this helps. So I believe, so the way it works with the subscription that is over on Substack is that when you purchase the Substack subscription, and this is why I point this out, when you become a subscriber here, there's a perk in the Discord. And if you use the perk coupon that's in the Discord, then it effectively tries to reduce the amount of the monthly subscription. It deducts the amount of the subscription here. So I do that specifically in a way to make sure that you're not double paying if you want to be a subscriber here and also a subscriber on the Discord, on the Substack. So I hope that helps. And Kat, thank you so much. You are on the list as well. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 6th person read for. Oh, you got a new Oracle card deck. Which one? I have been wanting, I have this one deck I'm going to start potentially pulling into my readings, and it's the Animal Oracle. I'm not a big fan of the Oracle. Like, I typically stick to tarot, but I love the Animal Oracle I have. I'm gonna start pulling it out at some point. What are your thoughts on the training tarot decks that are out there? Okay with them. I think that I am not, I mean, the one thing I feel, and again, The only thing I feel a little bit trepidatious, I feel like again, whatever works for everybody works for everybody. If somebody says to me that they have a lot of success reading with the training tarot decks, I'm on board for it. The thing that I think is difficult is that, I feel like when I'm teaching tarot, I'm often trying to help those that I'm teaching build into the confidence to be able to read upon a mnemonic device. And the thing about it is I worry that often when there's so many words on the cards, it doesn't help one train into the space of trusting the intuitiveness of learning to read off a mnemonic device. So like and it's hard too because like I need to point out like some of those card decks, they can't tell you, like they might be able to tell you what it means upright, but they're also not talking about the reversals. And I would often say, and again, when you guys are teaching with me or when I'm teaching mentorship classes, I will help someone understand that, like, I'll point this out, like the tower card next to the nine of swords versus the tower card next to the world card, those are whole different situation. You know what I mean? Like a tower card next to a nine of swords is like, like a tower card next to a world card can be like, that's a different card. It's a conversation between the cards that sometimes articulate about the meaning that shifts. So I'm not opposed to them, but I do, it's not the way I teach, right? And again, those who teach with me get really frustrated because I'm like, I am literally like, I'm like, read. And they're like, I just throw you in the deep end. I'm like, start reading I'm like, start reading. And they're like, I can't read. I'm like, that's what we're doing. Like, you're gonna like, I'm here to help you with that. I like building into the space of having the confidence to recognize and register that you're not working from rote, but you're working on the understanding. So, I'm not opposed to them, but it's one way to learn. It's just not the way it's one way to learn. It's just not the way I teach. If that makes sense. All right. Thank you for that question, though. I appreciate it. Indian medicine cards. Ooh, I haven't heard of those. Katira, you should put them in the Substack. Um, they use animals and have guidance stories, upright and reverse. Ooh, I would love to see those. Katira, do you have access to the Substack? You should as a subscriber. If you don't, you should message me. I'd love for you to post them in the Discord. All right. And just reading over the comments. I have one. I have one. Yep. I've started listening to you while I'm driving between patients. Oh, thank you, Tristine. Make sure you don't never get a reading when you're driving, though. Okay. No readings when you're operating vehicles. Okay. Sacred geometry activation. I like that, V. Woo. How to distinguish that. Yeah. I love Colette Baron Reed Oracle deck. I have 6 of them. Tarotorial is really great. And I also really like the company. They do a lot of donations and helping LGBTQ organizations. So like if you guys are gonna like look towards I'll post them on the Discord. Like I definitely support that group, Territorial. They put a lot of effort into their work in building those decks. But if you post that one in the Discord, Bridget, if it works for you too. Thank you, Bookcase. I appreciate you. I love hers too. Where did you get them? Where did I get what? Oh, okay, Bridget. Right, so true. You want to learn to trust the intuitive self. That's the only thing I think that sometimes that I worry about with those decks. Sounds good. I'll message you because I'm not technically savvy. No worries, Katira. Thank you. Molly, the conversation between the cards. I love that. Thank you, Molly. I have a local store here, but you can find them on that place. Yes, it's better to learn to trust one's intuition. Yeah, I am a firm believer of I teach in the space of saying read and then check later. Validate, find the source of validating your intuition. Right? I don't want your nose in the book when you're reading. I want you reading. Like I want you reading. And when I'm doing my mentorship classes, like we'll often do that. I'm like, read. Like let's do it. Come on, let's just do it. I'm right here. I'll help you through. I'll help you through if you hit any stuck points. We'll get through this together. All right. All right, we're gonna get started. First person we're reading for today is Addison. Speaking of reading, first person we're reading for today is Addison. Addison, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list today, now's a great time. You'll be the sixth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. We do here angelic guidance, highest party messages from spirit, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, love readings, mediumship. You can find the full list over on my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. And it looks to me, oh, we've got outside tea on the Discord. My favorite tea so far was the inside out tea, which was, it was only like, it was inside tea, but only for the Discord. It's like, who was that? I love that. It was Discord tea. All right, where are we? Where is the Discord? Come here, Discord. Inside that I'm still like cracking up about that. Discord tea. All right. And just a reminder for anyone joining us, if you have information that is relevant to our reading, for instance, if you have a past life that you'd like more information on, or if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can put that information in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a member, if you are a subscriber, you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel and I will read from it there. All right, where are we? Tea with the Regals. Yes, tea with the Regals. I like that. Yes, Kim's tea. Esteban, can learning how to read from a deck develop intuition? Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to help you in that way. Like that's one of the gifts of intuition. I mean, that's one of the gifts of divination. You know, like one of the gifts of divination is like it helps you build into the context of learning to be able to you know, tap and like, and that's the thing about it. Like the way I teach tarot is utilizing tarot as a communication device to help build into the pathwork of trusting one's intuition. Katie, the Discord is specifically for subscribers. So if you become a subscriber here, you'll immediately have access to the Discord. You'll also be able to have a free card every day as a subscriber. You also get a discount on full readings when you want to have a reading. Thank you for helping them, Bridget. You can absolutely get on the list today. Absolutely. Are you held? Lisa, do you have are we holding it, or do you have a held reading? Or are you just asking to get on the list? Let me know. All right. All right. I'm pulling for, I got you. Reading for Addison. And you said it's outside tea. Okay. Perfect. Yes, you were from yesterday. Hold on a minute, dear. I got you. Yep, held. I see it. Thank you for confirming. All right, Lisa, you're on the list. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 7th person read for. I have a held reading. You do have a held reading. Cappy, would you like to get on the list too? Just let me know and I'll be happy to add you. Okay. If possible. Yep, absolutely, dear. All right, let me just put you here. Hold on a minute. I just want to see. I'm trying to figure out where you were held from. I remember it. I'm just trying to remember the exact date. Where was it? Bum, bum, bum. Do you remember the day it was? I remember. I just want to confirm the day. My handwriting's atrocious. If possible. All right, well, I remember it, so I'm just going to add you, and we'll have to I'll just have to, if you can remember what day it was, it would help, because I'll just mark it off. Okay. All right, perfect. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 8th person read for. I think they did have, that's why I want to check. I just, the sweepstakes last Thursday. That's what I did. Thank you, dear. Let me see here. Was it Thursday? Oh, the Thursday before the Thursday. All right, we'll figure it out. All right, let's get to it. I do. I was lucky. All right. You and Fig, man. Fig had like a streak. He kept picking the random numbers. Fig was like meow meow. Fig was like Hypno Frog from Futurama. It's like every time Fig's like meow meow meow. All right. All right, we're doing, and Addison said this is outside tea. Okay, Grand Rising. Today, I'd like to explore past life reading. I am curious about my South Node placement. It has felt extremely activated. South Node, 12th house, 27 degrees Libra. Thusly, I have my North Node in 6th house, 27 degrees of our friend Aries. Ooh. I've been working my patootie off with malachite, and I had some wild intuition as a response to the big plantation fire. It feels like a tower moment, and I'm feeling sort of suspended in a liminal space right before something is about to go really, really fast, if that makes sense. Yep, I understand it. Anyway, I want to look into the past for guidance on the future. Yep, absolutely. And thank you for getting on the list early. You will have 5 cards in your reading. Highest priority messages, please. What is going? You had a past life where you were a guide, is what I'm seeing. Secret guide is what I'm getting. Like a lot of this. Like a lot of this. And I feel like it's actually, I think it's really interesting because they're saying that it's you're experiencing an activation, because I feel like you're being called to be a guide now. But the difference is you can do it in the light of day. Like, you don't have to be secret about it. Like, not like, and that I would be very, it's interesting too, because, and I think this has to do with the activation point of that South Node in Libra, which is, again, like, what does Libra say? Like, there's something about that South Node of Libra being like, don't rock the boat under the cover of night. We do what we can not to disturb things. And I feel like Aries is like kicking down the door. Aries is like, I'm back. Like, it's like, this is why I can see these two, like, man, like Aries, like Libra, you're Libra, like, and that's the thing, like the Libra is the carryover from the past life that said, like, I keep on hearing, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. And that's why I keep on feeling like there is a lot of connectivity point, because this is you being like, I will be louder now when you ask me to not upset things, because not only do you feel upset by it, but you feel highly triggered in relationality to not, like, this. I want to put it this way: you were much more Jedi in a past life, is what I'm getting. I feel like there's something about this past life I'm reading on that's like, we must not upset the balance. Like, we must not upset the balance. We must maintain the balance. Um, we must work in accordance with the balance. And I keep on hearing your Aries energy, um, which has to do with being like, I'll tell you what you can do with that balance. It's like, see the Aries being like, the Aries is like, I'll tell you exactly what I think you can do with that, with those scales. Like, I can tell you exactly because, um, and I want to describe this. There was some kind of wound about your departure in the last life. Like, you left the last life experience at a moment where there was a backslide occurring that felt like, I keep on hearing, like, this was a carryover wound from the last life that you were feeling, was it worth it? It was all for naught. Like, some kind of anxiety point in fearing that you could have done more about a situation if you'd been like, if you had like worked in the space of being braver. And that's why I keep on seeing, like, there was something about you working really hard to, like, come back here with that Aries. Um, like, you wanted that Aries, right? You wanted that Aries North Node, right? Like, that Aries North Node was something that you're working through, because I just keep on seeing that, like, there's something about that space that feels like, you know, I keep on hearing it's more like the Aries Libra conversation is understanding that, you know, it takes, it takes, it's not about just doing what one can do, it's doing what one has to do, right? And I would not be surprised if you've had argumentations with energy, especially karmic relationships, of someone feeling like you're taking something too far, and you saying to them, saying you're not taking it far enough. You know, like, there's something about you having to resolve a karmic pathwork of others' cowardice that is reflective of something that you are working to reconcile about a past life, is what I keep on seeing. And so, I feel like, um, there's something, and I feel like the malachite, here's the thing about it, malachite is a very, very powerful stone. It's like, it is, like, it's up there. It's not for everybody, because it can unlock past life stuff. Like, I like to point, I feel like everybody, like, everybody always talks about, everybody always wants to talk about, what's it called? Moldavite, but nobody wants to talk about malachite, because the reading I always get with, between Moldavite and malachite is, Moldavite is like the energy going forward, malachite is the energy going backwards, right? Like, they almost inhabit the same frequency, but one is much more into the space of the ancestral. Malachite is more in space of the project, like the for like the external, like, it's much more like that, but they're very much like in the same harmonic space. And so I feel like, if you're feeling, if you're feeling that past life rising back up to greet you, like, whose feelings are these? I feel like there's probably, it has to do with the fact that, like, I see, um like, I almost see, like, there could even be, like, working through the volatility of the energetic argument, because I keep on hearing something about the past life, like, articulating something in relationality to, like, I just keep on picturing, who's that character from, like, the Good for Her meme? You know what I mean? like someone being like, good for her. Like, it's like there's there's a lot of like there's some kind of energy there. Like there's something that feels very like I keep on hearing like someone being very sardonic and talking about the space of being like, it's good to be alive to see it. It's like I see someone being like, good for her, like someone being like, good to be alive to see it. You know what I mean? Because like it feels like I feel like there's something about you recognizing some kind of like connection point between like I keep on hearing a historical thread that you're running on that is an energetic connection with something that you were like I keep on hearing, and this is what I want to say, like, and it's so funny now because I'm like arguing with the past life. I keep on hearing them say I was on the sidelines, and I'm trying to say to them, you weren't on the sidelines, you were doing something. You're diminishing your role, is what I keep on hearing. And that's what I meant about that. Like I keep on hearing someone say, I wish I'd done more, and that's why I keep on hearing someone say good for her, because I keep on seeing that like there's something about the continuation of the work where someone is like it's almost like the past life is articulating about the pride they have for you in saying something with your chest, is what I keep on hearing, you know? Like I keep on hearing the word fearless. Yeah. Like that's the thing about, and I keep on, and like that's the thing, like tied like it's saying to me, and we sometimes experience this, like what it like, and this is why I keep on seeing it's like working through the unresolved feelings, because I keep on hearing that there is very much a similarity in relationality to the energetic connection of you in the past life versus you in the present. Um, like I keep on hearing that the only difference between you and another person was there was more of like, and this is why it's funny because I'm like arguing with the past life energy. I keep on hearing them say that something about the anxiety about upsetting an apple cart, but I'm also like pointing out to them, I'm like, you can't. It's not about upsetting an apple cart if there would have been like massive um, repercussions. Like that's the thing about it. Like there, like it's a lot of that space about I see someone saying, I wish I could have done more, but it had to do with the fact that they felt like their hands were tied, because I keep on hearing the repercussions. Like not, it's funny because they're not saying the consequences, they're saying the repercussions, right? Like the repercussions is what I keep on hearing. Like the repercussions. Like I keep on like it's not consequences, it's repercussions, but they're saying like strength against like strong against the word reaper, because they're like there would have been repercussions, like it would not it's not about consequences, it would have been repercussions, which are different than consequences, because repercussions would have affected others as well, is what I keep on hearing. And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about you, like there's something important about the fact that there's some aspect of that journey where I keep on like I'll point this out. Okay, so this is what I need to identify that's coming through. This is an energy that wanted to do more, but they felt like they had to do less because they were trying to protect others around them. Okay? Like this is the energy that wanted that kept feeling called to do more, but they had to like I keep on seeing I keep on seeing they had to like settle it down to protect others, because that they keep on hearing the repercussions. They're like, they wanted to and they couldn't. So it was always that journey. I keep on hearing their it was they had the same nodes, but their north node was Aries, their south node was Libra, which means they always wanted to do more, but they were forced not to. They couldn't. They were like, I keep on hearing it was a lot of that, like, hold me back kind of energy, right? Like it was really like this is the problem with it. Like they were always like, hold me back. And you are the energetic reflective point of that journey, because you're their energetic reflective, because want to like you want to keep that you want to, and you're like, if I have to do it, I guess I have to. Like it's like you being like, it's giving me more like, you know like, fine, I'll do it myself kind of energy, right? Like this is the journey that you're going on, which just, I just would like to have a cup of tea, but no, I got to go do this now, right? It's a lot of that fine, I'll do it myself kind of energy. So I keep on getting you're going through reflective journeys. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Addison. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Things in my, like, that's why these came up like this together. Like, that's a reflective journey. I wanted to, and you being like, I wish I didn't have to. Like, that's the reflective point. I wanted to, I wish I didn't have to. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 7th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today, Clara, I think had to step away. I'm looking for Clara or Esteban. Clara or Esteban. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 26.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Patootie. I know, I like that word too. Fig had the lucky charm. Exactly. That is cool. I am. Thank you for confirmation, bookcase. Ruby, so good to see you today. If you wanted to get on the list right now, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll be 6th person, dear. Totally me as an Aries right now. Thank you for confirmation, Ella. Oh my God, yes. Bookcase, yes. A bone witch put the malachite in my hand with a warning and a smile. You're just gonna put that there. You're not explain. Of course they did. Of course they did. Please put the rest of that story on the Discord. You know, oh, those bone witches. That's awesome. All right. That is super cool. Hi there, channeling. How are you doing today? Yeah, Lucille Blue, thank you. Yeah, I caught that Reaper right away. Thank you for confirming, bookcase. Yep, thank you so much. That was powerful. I saw you tear up. No, I mean it's hard because like I keep on like it was interesting because I was like arguing with the past life energy because I keep on. It's funny because I keep on hearing they were instrumental. Like I hear someone who's saying I was just on the sidelines, and I'm like everything I'm seeing says you were instrumental. Like you were part of that chorus. Like you weren't on the sidelines. You were in it. You're just mad at I keep on hearing them say like I wish I could have done more. I'm like you were doing it. Like you're qualifying. I was like, wait, I'm having a therapy session for like the past life. I'm like, what are you talking about? You're so welcome, dear. Pops, I had to have oh dear, Pops. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I hope you're okay. Oh geez, oh, sweetheart. I'm glad to hear that you're okay and you're safe, but oh dear, sending you so much support. Well, welcome back. And I hope you're recovering. Oh, my spiritual wife's okay. I just imagine more of someone you just walking down the street. Just like being like all right, next person. I'm still looking for Esteban. I'm looking for Clara or Esteban. If you're here, can you let me know in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. I'm so glad you're doing better. That is wild. All right, next person we're reading for today. If Clara or Esteban are not here, the next person on the list for today is Bridget. Oh, we were just walking down to the gem shop. That's so great. I mean, of course you were. I love that. All right. I am looking for Bridget. All right. Where'd everybody go? Also, friends, we're at 27.8K likes, highest party messages. Absolutely. All right. Can I please have 4 cards? 4 cards for Bridget. Highest party messages, please. These are, wow. I keep on seeing like this. It feels to me like there's a lot potentially happening right now for you in this Gemini season. Um, but I need to stress, like I keep on getting the message that you broke an energetic cycle. I keep on seeing like I keep on getting a message from one of your guides of like, do you know what, like I keep on hearing, do you know what they done? Would you know what they've done? Do you know how far they've come? But I keep on getting the sense that it's like the quiet you're experiencing right now, like that quiet is not allowing some kind of energetic nonsense into your life. Like I just keep on I just keep on seeing, I keep on hearing that quiet is the sound of closure, because there's something that's happening right now where you're energetically, I keep on seeing you're energetically prioritizing um what feels like it's supportive, instead of trying to figure, like instead of having to fix what's not. um and so I keep on seeing, I keep on hearing this is like manifestation time for you. I really want you working on building those plans for yourself. um I keep on hearing, no waiting, like patience. Patience is not waiting for something. Patience is being productive. So I want you writing down a lot what your manifestation goals are. And then, like, I kind of want you to say, the universe, like, help me see what I have to do to get there. Because, and I keep on getting this, there's something about travel every time I read for you, like doing something for yourself, following your bliss right now, like following, I keep on hearing, like following an inclination, doing something for yourself, like I every time I'm reading right now, I just keep on hearing for you, I just keep on hearing like one of your guides saying very loudly, follow your bliss. Especially if and again, I keep on hearing, especially if it feels too quiet, because there's something about you building into that. I keep on seeing something about the healing that you've come towards, that quietude, that energetic peace you used to run from. You used to run in the opposite direction of it. You used to flee from it. It feels a lot like you're in hermit energy, is what I'm seeing. But the hermit energy is feeling the space of peacefulness. When we're not ready for hermit energy, right? You know, when we feel lonely in a state of quietude. And then we often run towards the thing that isn't for us to avoid, like to avoid some of that anxiety point. But that's why I keep on hearing that is manifestation mode for you. Use that quietude productively. Write down what those plans are. Make those plans. Follow your bliss, because something about you working in the space, like I keep on hearing, the peace that you're experiencing that used to say, I got to get out of here, right? instead of being in the space of saying, let me fill it with something, is what I keep on hearing. It's not the quiet that says, I got to get out of here, right? It's the energy that says, what next? I got to fill it with something, right? Like working into the space of doing something in such a way that it moves you out of your comfort zone, but in the best way possible. Because I keep on hearing there's something about you following your bliss that leads you into some kind of delightful surprise. I keep on hearing you find them in your bliss. But the reason I keep on saying you find them in your bliss is because I keep on hearing that you're doing something that you are doing solely for yourself. And you find them there. You know, like it's literally one of those situations I keep on seeing, like, this one's for me. And then it turns out to be like, and there they are, is what I keep on hearing. um, yeah, like especially with the Two of Cups. And that's what I keep on hearing. You know, it's so funny because I keep on hearing something from counterpart every time I read. They keep on saying, "Don't wait for me." They keep on saying, "Don't wait for me," because they keep on saying, "Come find me," because they keep on saying that something about you following your bliss, doing something for yourself, solely for yourself, is where you find them. Because I keep on seeing, and this is why I keep on hearing the guides saying, "You have no idea, like you have no idea the breakthrough," because there's something about this energy that in the past you would have run from it. You would have articulated it um, as missing something or boredom or anxiety of not finding something and returning back to something. But I see instead that ability to fill it with something that feels like it creates excitement, something that feels like it creates positivity. This is the shift that sends you forward instead of backward. So continue to do that work. And if you start feeling anxiety in that peacefulness, fill it with joy. Utilize it to research something that will create joy for you. Utilize it to make some kind of plans that you can look forward to, is what I keep on hearing. Because everything I keep on seeing about this is, and I keep on hearing, like, prepare for a surprise in the best way when you follow your bliss, because you never know. I keep on hearing you never know who's going to be. I keep on hearing you never know who's going to be there. Like it's like that is the energy that says, I find you, like I find you in a pleasant surprise, which is why I keep on hearing someone say, I wasn't expecting to find you, and then there you were, is what I keep on hearing. Like, what I keep on hearing someone be like, "What are you doing here?" It's like, what are you doing here? Like, it's a lot of that. Thank you so much, Bridget, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today, I'm still looking for Clara or Esteban. If Clara or Esteban are not here, the next person is Kath. Clara, Esteban, or Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? And also, if anyone is on any of the other sites who would also like to get on the list today, you can do so via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Hi there, Umas. How are you doing today? Always have a great time watching your streams and hearing other people's stuff. and perspectives. Thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages. P.S. I watched my last card reading on the place where we keep the videos since I missed it last time. I had a great time. You're so welcome, dear, and thank you for having that reading with me, and I'm so glad you're doing well, and thank you for joining us today. All right. Where were we? Just reading over the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, we are at 29.9K likes. When we get to 50K on the clock app, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So keep on tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. It's so quiet, though. It's like you said, when you're not used to the quiet, it feels scary or uneasy, not scary. Lexia, all you do if you'd like a reading is send a donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you'll be added on the list today. Yes, I just found a pet sitter, so I plan on booking a trip soon. Exciting. And absolutely. And now I love my solitude. Tap to claim, maybe a little too much. Well, that's what I keep on seeing about stepping out of your comfort zone. I feel like I'm currently living my bliss. Tap to claim. Yes, I'm trying to find what brings me joy by trying new things. Continue to do so. Sounds like there's more bliss to come. There is. Thank you as well, Bridget. And thank you for having that reading with me. Hi there, Kath. Sunny, thank you for the follow. Highest party messages for Kath, please. What does Kath need to know? 4 cards, please. And just a reminder, if anyone else would like to get on the list, hold on a moment. All right. One moment. Where were we? And if anyone else is on the list right now, it'd be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5th person. Okay. Perfect. Highest priority messages, please, for Kath. Oh, we got 5 cards. We're going to read all of them because that's what we do. I keep on seeing, like, here's the thing. You are a nonsense-free zone. You are officially a nonsense-free zone, is all I'm getting here. Which says to me, no excuses. Hold on a minute. Oh, I'm going to pause for a moment. Hold on, we're gonna stop for a moment because I see Kath is having Mercury's in Taurus. We're gonna have some lag issues right now. Kath, I'm not going to continue reading until you tell me that you're okay on your end. So just let me know if you're still experiencing the lag, and we'll continue. And guys, just bear with us for a moment because we're just going to see if it's okay now. I did not hear the first part. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you for notifying me, guys. I appreciate that. You're a nonsense-free zone, is what I'm getting. Which it doesn't say to me. It doesn't say that you can't recognize that others can make mistakes, right? That there can always be that moment of working on adaptability and understanding how one can do something better. But I just keep on hearing the same message. First time is a lesson, second time is a habit. First time is a lesson, second time is a habit, and don't get into anything that makes it feel like you have to constantly repeat yourself. Because this is, it feels like somebody who is trying to come towards you in a clumsy way. And it's not like, I keep on hearing, you know, it's not your job. You're not the training ground for someone to get their act straight. You're not the training ground for another person to get their act straight. But what will you hear? The song you will hear with someone trying to get their act straight is "Give Me a Break." The song you will hear with someone who doesn't have their act straight is give me a break. Um, like it's not like, and because here's the thing about it, you know, and the reason I'm getting this is because there's always like, you've got a guide that says there's always something, isn't it? Right? Yeah, there's always something. There's always like, look for an excuse and you will find an excuse. You know, we prioritize what we prioritize. And that does, I keep on hearing, that doesn't mean that we aren't adaptable. But I keep on hearing that there's something really like, this is like, if you miss the daily collective, I would definitely go back to check it out, because a lot of the conversation that I'm seeing here has to do in the realm of the difference between um, adaptability and fickleness. And what is the difference between adaptability and fickleness? Adaptability is understanding that when we want something, when we share the same manifestation goal, we're not obsessed with how we get there, right? It's just it's a lot, like, it's a lot of that, what do you need? It is the force of shifting that is considerate of navigating another person's hurdles. Fickleness is evasiveness. Fickleness is always finding an excuse. Look for an excuse, you'll always find a reason, right? And it's like, it says to me that there may be something that's happening right now, that, or something coming up in this season, that may have to that feels like a little bit of a triggering situation, because it's helping you see the difference between fickleness and adaptability. And the way you can usually, and that's why I'm also saying, don't let the past trigger you as it relates to a new energetic relationship, because that the way you can usually tell the difference between fickleness and adaptability is when you're looking for an excuse, you'll always find a reason, versus the energy that says, what do we have to do to get there? Right? Like, that is the difference, right? Fickleness is a step backward, right? The minute the most minor inconvenience, that suddenly everything is off the table, right? Like, oh, something happened. Oh, something minor happened. Nope, I gotta, like, it's like that. It's that space of like, oh, isn't it's convenient? Doesn't seem like that doesn't seem like a reason, right? And you can often see it. Someone will try to like take something minor and make it major, versus the energy that does something major and is like, no, that's too much, and then being like, it's no trouble at all. So be very mindful about that, because I've got two different energies around you. I've got two different energies. And the thing is, I see one has obligations. I see one in a space where it's like they're doing the best that they can, and they're juggling a lot. And it's like it's a lot. And I keep on hearing like the energy that like stumbles to um like works in that context of, even as I keep on hearing, even as they're going through a lot of obligations, they figure out a way to get it. They figure, they figure it out. Like, I keep on hearing someone say like, I'll figure it out. Like, I hear them going, I'll figure it out. Like, it's the energy that just says like, I like, where there's a will, there's a way, you know? Um, like, I keep on hearing like, they don't give themselves excuses, even though they deserve, they even though they have, I keep on hearing, they don't give themselves excuses, even though they have like the greatest of excuses, versus the energy that, again, it's giving me like Princess and the Pea energy. it's giving me like someone who like, you know, the smallest, like the, oop, like, oh, this thing, like, like this little tiny, like, oop, this little tiny thing came up, and suddenly everything grinds to a halt. Because the one thing I'm going to say is I feel like there's something that's coming towards you right now that is going to help you see the difference. And so that's why I'm saying, like, give someone the benefit of the doubt. Don't let the past trigger you. I keep on hearing, give someone the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt, right? Which says, like, again, allowing for a little bit of leniency where you're not letting the energy, I keep on hearing, don't let the energy that was always looking for an excuse block you from connecting from the energy that always finds a reason, is what I keep on hearing. Because there is something about the introduction of that energy to you that may feel like it triggers you. But that's why I keep on seeing, don't let the past inform you. Let the past like help you decipher the difference, is what I keep on hearing. Because I keep on hearing like this new energetic, like whatever's coming towards you, like I keep on hearing they know how to juggle. But like they know how to juggle, but the reason I hear them saying that they know how to juggle is that I keep on hearing they're not saying they know how to juggle people. I keep on hearing someone who understands that. I keep on hearing when someone is trying to juggle people, they'll always find the most minor inconvenience to step away from something because they're constantly reprioritizing, right? You can tell the fact that they're looking for a reason because something else has come up, is what I'm hearing. Versus the energy that knows how to juggle shows how to juggle because they're proud of the fact that they can juggle. They're going, no, it's fine. I can walk and chew gum. I can do this and do that. Do you want to come? Like, I got to do this. Do you want to come? Like, it's a lot of that energy that says like, that I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing the energy say, stand back. I'm going to show you what it actually means to juggle, but not but the energy that like, meanwhile, the energy that was like, that doesn't juggle, because I keep on hearing them say the way that you juggle is you integrate. You're not trying to hide anything. You do something anyway. Versus the energy that says like, I've got a lot on my plate, and they try to use the fact that they have a lot on their plate to constantly reprioritize because there's always something coming that they would rather do, and they're always making it feel like they try to beg for the fact that they have a lot on their plate to tell you the reason why they're trying to step away when it's not even a real reason. It doesn't make any sense. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Lovers and it's upright. Like, this is just saying to me that there's like, that's what I meant. Healthy energy. That's why I keep on hearing, give someone the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt, because healthy energy for you will show you how to juggle in the best way possible. They're going to say like, I'm going to show you that I can do many things at once. And as long as I'm not trying to exclude you from something, I'm going to be doing those things with you. I'm not going to say, how dare you, when something else comes up. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person on the list for today is, I'm still looking for Clara or Esteban. If Clara or Esteban are not here, the next person on the list for today is Lisa. And if anyone wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Sunny, for the follow. All right. Yeah, we're going to expect, I told you, Mercury's in Taurus, so I'm not surprised if we're experiencing lagging issues right now. It's okay. You didn't miss much. That's why I just repeated it from the beginning. Hi there, Marie. Third time it's a choice. Tap to claim. We're not boot camp for anyone. Tap to claim, Marie. And Queen of Swords, thank you for renewing your subscription. Kath, I agree. First time is a lesson and no more chances if they come around. Tap to claim. Give me a break. Like the Kit Kat commercial. Exactly. Same. I have a great cutoff game due to my past experiences. But that's the thing. Like it's like the song you will hear with someone who's juggling you is give me a break. Yep. I think I'm in that zone too, embodying the swords energy. Yep. No more chances if they don't really know what they want. Tap to claim. And D Mo, thank you for those gifts. I think those two energies are past persons, and I already blocked them. So I mean, I see a lot of energy right now around you, but I feel like there's somebody you're connecting with this next month that feels like a bit of a breakthrough. Ramon, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. We just finished the collective, dear. We're doing personals right now, Demo. Princess and P, but I'm thinking of the princess and the frog without the prince. Curious who that is coming towards me. I have a master's degree in juggling. I know, I love the lovers on the bottom of the deck. Yes, that was my weekend. Invited to a family event, then not. Oh, geez, Ella. Sending you so much support. That's not okay. That's whack. You're so welcome, Kath. Queen, thank you for subscribing. And thank you, Jazz and Shaz, for the follow. All right. And guys, for anyone who'd like to get on the list, we've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. So if you would like to secure a spot on the list today, please do so sooner or rather than later if you want to secure that spot. Again, I'm looking for Clara, Esteban, or Lisa. If Clara, Esteban, or Lisa are not here, the next person we're reading for today is Lovely Cap. Lovely Cap, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi there, Rodriguez. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. We're doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you'll be added to the list. And just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is relevant for our reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can post it. You can send that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in, if you are a subscriber, in our Discord in the appropriate channels. Second call right now, I am looking for Clara, Esteban, or Lisa. If Clara, Esteban, Lisa, or Lovely Cap are not here, the next person on the list for today is Kate. Kate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder, if anyone would like to get on the list right now, we've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed. We're also at 35K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So keep on tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the live to be pushed out to those who have not received these messages before. So thank you so much for doing your part to help share these messages. Hi there, Cappy. Good to see you. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Thank you for the help, Bridget. And we are again, it's okay. I'm telling you, it's Mercury and Taurus. It's making everyone's typing just terrible. General, please. Got you. 3 cards, please. A washed pot never boils. I feel like there's something really important that I see here about trying to be productive as you wait for something. Um, like, I feel like there's a lot of this work that you're doing right now in working through, like, I I feel like there's some anxiety coming up here. Um, remember, we never know what's going to happen. It's not about knowing what's going to happen. It's about doing the best we can and moving things in alignment with what we hope will occur. Um, so I want your productivity to be your hopefulness. And I know that feels really difficult because um, I see some kind of like, and we can talk about this because I feel like there's a couple different things that are happening around you, which is, you know, I keep on hearing something about you not having to be the go between you and another, like between two people, is what I keep on hearing. Um, and that's why I keep on like I don't know what this is, but I feel like it's not about, remember, it's not about taking sides, you know? Like, I feel like you have to say to someone, "I'm on the side of harmony." Like, I'm on the side of harmony. Like, I'm on this side of, like, understanding. Like, I keep on hearing messages like a good agreement is where everybody leaves and everybody feels dissatisfied in some way. That's usually a good sign that you've reached a good, like, like, some kind of, like peaceful territory. But I'm also recognizing that, like, you know, you can't you can't like you can't force someone to want the same things that you want. And I keep on, and like, that's the thing about it. Like, and I feel like I see you, and I feel like when I keep on hearing you say to someone, it does not need to be that complicated. But when we don't know what we want, everything gets complicated, is what I keep on hearing. Because I just see a circumstance or situation that, and it does feel like a difficult conversation, because I see like a conversation that you have to have with someone where they're saying, I'm not, you know, I don't mean you any harm. And I need to stress this. Like, sometimes you have to say to someone, when someone says, I mean you no harm, being like, if you're coming towards me and we want different things, that is harmful, is what I keep on getting. If we want different things, and you come into proximity with me, then that in itself is harmful, is what I keep on seeing. Um, because it's like, I keep on hearing someone saying like, I haven't promised anything, like, it's like, and I think that that's the thing about it. It has to say like that, like that, like I keep on hearing like the hands that are clean, like, it's just like I can see you being like, why, but this is what I mean. and I need to stress this, and this is what I mean about someone who doesn't know what they want, because if we want something unconventional, that doesn't mean that there are less rules. It means that there are more, because you can't rest on precedent. And often when someone doesn't know what they want, they think that doing something unconventional means that they can do anything, failing to recognize that unconventionality does not mean that there are no standards. It means that you have to work even harder to set them, is what I keep on seeing. Um, it almost feels like someone who potentially has some issues around boundaries is what I'm seeing, because it's almost giving me the vibration of someone that says, as long as I don't promise anything to anyone, I'm not doing anything wrong. Failing to understand that when we build connection with someone, others start to assume what that means, which is why we must be even clearer as it relates to making sure that it's not enough to just say, I never said that, or I didn't do something, or I never promised them that. It's safe, like it's safe to assume, right? When we're not having conversations, then it's even more dangerous because it makes it safe to assume things, right? And it's like, and I keep on hearing, like, it's not like it's worse, it's not better. And so it feels like someone who, like, I keep on hearing someone who claims to be an authority on something but who doesn't know a letter, is what I keep on hearing. Because and that's what I mean about someone who's like, and the reason I'm hearing that is because it's like somebody who's seen something from the outside, that they're trying to claim that they understand how it works, but something about the way that they articulate upon it means that they don't really have a lot of experience on it. That's what I keep on hearing with like with the recognition about, someone who wants to be a part of, I keep on hearing someone who wants to be a part of something, like someone who wants to be a part of something, but not understanding, like the nature of something, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like it feels like it's like almost like someone who's telling on themselves, because of some kind of of clumsiness in that way. And I send you, I mean, I think you get it, and I feel like it's hard because I see a lot of energy that wants to approach you in some fashion, because it almost gives me the energy. I don't know how to, it's funny because I keep on seeing the hangman. The hangman isn't here, but it feels like there's something about I got to point out, these feel like hangman cards, especially with the Hierophant in the world, because I just see a bunch of energy around you that's trying to insist to you that they can hang. They're like, no, I can hang. Like, I'm with it. See energy being like, I can hang. I'm with it. I get it. And you being like, and you looking at someone being like, that's what someone who can't hang says. That's what someone, like, that is exactly what someone who can't hang would say. Like, you know, like it's a lot of, like, it's someone who wants to hang but doesn't get it. Um, so, like, you know, I send sympathy with something like this, because it's, it just says to me, there's like, minding your business is a beautiful prayer. You know what I mean? And you don't have to like, and I feel like you have to say to someone, and I feel like this is like the summary of this reading. You are not cake. Like, you've got a guy that said, you are not cake. Everybody does not deserve a slice of you. You get to decide. You get to decide who like who has access to you and who does not. And often what's ironic is when someone goes, why do they get cake and I don't get cake? That's the moment you say, because you said it like that. Because comparison is the thief of joy. And the minute that someone starts to try to qualify, like tries to look at our life and qualify and come into the space of comparison, that's often exactly the moment that we start to put distance there, because it's obvious that someone is seeing us more as an object that they deserve access to instead of a gift that they should appreciate. And so you don't owe someone like that an explanation. If they're coming toward, like, it is, I keep on hearing, it is the what's the word I'm looking for? It's escaping me. Um it is the feeling of hold on, it starts with an E. The exceptional space of feeling that one is owed something from another person, right? It is the space wherein another person feels that they are owed something, that we often recognize another person that sees us as means to an end instead of appreciating us for the gift that we are, is what I keep on getting. And that's why I keep on hearing you can be exclusive with your energy as much as you desire to be. And often when you're experiencing something like this, the conversation, the creepy conversation you will have with someone is, why won't you let me be nice to you? Because being nice, it's not nice. Like, courtesy is not the ability of having to be a doormat for other people who want to be able to have access to you. It is being respective of the time that we give to one another, and not being in a space of feeling like that is owed, or feeling like one is trying to come into a space of saying, why them, not me? Like comparing, like, and often when energy starts comparing things like that kind of tit for tat mentality is exactly the articulation of someone we recognize we don't feel safe with, because they're constantly looking at what they're experiencing from us and demanding that they have something more, right? Bottom of the, and that's why I keep on hearing, you can just ignore, I keep on hearing the guide say, you can just ignore that. You don't have to repeat yourself. And if someone doesn't get it, like, they're never gonna, you don't have to have that continuation of a conversation, because that is the energy that says, like, hey, why can't I just build with you without giving you clarity? Because I'm captivated by you, right? I just like your energy, but I don't really know what I want with, like, I don't, like, it's like that is the force of captivation. And there's energy that wants just relationships that are captivating, that says, like, I would just like access to you, but without any clarity as to where it's going, right? That's what we're doing. It's unconventional. Like, that's what this is, right? And I see you being like, no, you misunderstand. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I mean, it's if like it's giving me, this is also, who is, like, there's somebody here on an ambition path. And that's what bothers me about it. This feels like someone who kind of rejected you in the past, and now you've gotten all shiny. Like, that's the thing that's kind of disturbing here, you know? Like, that's the thing. Like, often, like, what a difference. Like, what changed? Like, I feel like there's something here, like some kind of experience where someone didn't want to give you the time of day. And now, oh man, I hate this. Oh, what's changed? Right? Like, this is feeling very draining. This is feeling like someone who, like, walked away from somebody at a point where they were like, like, that's like, you don't walk away from someone's downfall and then get to be best friends with them again once they come back from when they come back from the ashes. You don't get, like, that's the thing I'm seeing with the guide. And don't let someone say, I always knew you had it in you. Like, Like this is, you know what I mean? Like this like don't let someone say this was my plan all along. No, it wasn't. Like the energy that like the energy that like works in the space of like energy that walks away from us when we are like when like when they like when like don't like this is not this is not like this is not this like this is not somebody's like love song. I feel like there's somebody who's trying to say I keep on hearing I keep on hearing these like awful like you know of a wind like a kite and strong wind that learns to fly. No, no, you know, don't let someone say that that journey was that they always intended to come back, because if this was the energy that walked away from you after they did like you don't get to celebrate, you don't get to tie someone to a train track and then feel like and then get rewarded when you say, well, I was going to come back. Like it's like no you weren't. Like that is it's like I see somebody like trying to say like trying to you know try to say that there was something about that that they were like they're trying to like take ownership of the work that you've done on yourself to heal from them. Like you don't get to claim like you don't put someone through the ringer and say, oh, I was just trying to make you strong. Like you don't get that. You don't get to say, because that is like the sink or swim mentality that says like you weren't there to support like when so you have to think it's not I keep on hearing it's not someone saying, oh, I was trying to make you stronger. It's someone throwing you in the water and turning their back and then saying, oh, I always I figured I knew you would learn how to swim, right? Like, well, what was the alternative? It's like of course you did. What was the alternative? You know, like that is not that is not that is not love is what I keep on hearing. Like giving someone like it's not the same. So thank you so much, lovely Kat, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to be on the list, we've got 3 spots open today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. You can book private readings on my site. We do dream interpretation here, highest party messages from spirit, past life readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, love readings. You can find the full list on the place on the tree that is Binks in my Lio. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps as well, you can also get in that same way. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I'm still looking for Clara, Esteban, or Lisa. Clara, Esteban, or Lisa. If not, the next person on the list for today is Kate. And if anyone wants to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. All right. Great time to get on the list. The list is nice and short. Also, friends, we are at 44K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. All right. Hi there, Gathari. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to go on the list, list is open. Grand Rising, Hannah. Good to see you today. Hi there, Thetone. Cappy, well, there's a guy that's been into me for years. His family, not so fascinated with me. And honestly, it's an issue that has nothing to do with me at all. I'm in the crossfire. But this is what I mean. Like if they're in that space where they're so swayed by others' opinions, and I think that they're not in that space of understanding that the difference between I know what's best for you and I want what's best for you will often move us away from the things that are for us. You know, and that's why I keep on hearing your guides say you can't blame the family for them not having a backbone. I keep on hearing you can't blame that like you can't blame the family for someone who's energetically spineless. Yep. Ugh, sending you so much support, Cappy. This is helpful. It's a non-relationship. Thank you, Ella. I mind my business and go dancing. I like that, Cappy. I think I understand what's being said. I'm getting the ick on this. Like, it's giving me a lot of like energy saying, if like, it's giving me a lot of this, like, I wish, alas, you know, like I keep on hearing like the energy that is like, like it's giving me a lot of that, like, kind of thing. I'm not pretty frosting either. Tap to came Ella, right? The game playing, I just don't respect. And Elle, thank you for the follow. Like, why should I reach out to what's not real? Well, I feel like even now I can see the fact that someone has a lot of feelings, but again, you know, we build towards the things that we want, not in terms of like worrying about like this is a type of energy that's going to be afraid to upset the apple cart every step of the way, and then be surprised when like they're going to move into some kind of partnership that looks good on paper, that I keep on hearing like the applause relationship, but instead of like working into the space of what their heart desires. They have Scorpio placements. It feels really scorpionic in here, not in a negative way. I got to point this out. Not all Scorpios are like this. Healthy Scorpio energy is like, healthy Scorpio energy learns how to say it with their chest, right? Says like, this is the energy that like brings something into, like, healthy Scorpio energy works on the pathwork of bringing things into the light of day, right? I actually feel like this Pluto retrograde is going to be great for those with Scorpio placements. I'm telling you right now, if you got Scorpio placements or in Pluto in retrograde, if you're ready to do that work, this is going to be like a boost of confidence in terms of taking that inside and bringing it outside. But, if you're not doing that work, why won't you let me gaslight you? I love that. Why won't you let me gaslight you? It's so good. Hi there, Grace. Good to see you today. Nope, exactly, Pops. Yes, like a trophy on a shelf. I can pick you up whenever I want to. Ugh, it's something. I see it, Cappy. I've got one of those I'm ignoring too. Sending you guys support. He wants his complicated partner, wants to please his family, then chase me from the shadows. Like, yeah, that's what I meant about it's the alas energy, It's giving me a lot of that. It's like there's no alas about it. You're just, it's not about alas, it's about growing a spine. Thank you, Gray. I didn't order clown juice. Thank you. This is not a Sinatra song. This ain't romantic. Tap to claim. And Ryan, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. That's yucky. Pressure makes diamonds mentality. Throwing me in the water with cement on my neck, wishing me luck. Exactly. And then saying, I knew you had it in you. Like when you, I always knew you had it in you. Like, what? All I can hear is that sound that the straw makes when you pull it out real fast. Yes. Mind you, that's only after the fact. They realize you're not pining over them. Yep. Like, we didn't need to be in that water in the first place. Have to claim, Nikki. Facts. I don't remember how sending you so much support, Kathy. Couldn't I just stay on the sand? Exactly. Hi there, Queen. Absolutely happy to do a general spirit for you. And thank you guys. Scorpio South Node. But I need to point this out, and this is what I love about Scorpio, right? Like, again, a lot of the journey about Scorpio, and this is why a lot of the Scorpio energy, right? This is why a lot of the Scorpio energy lives in the spine, right? Because what is Scorpio come here to do? Scorpio comes here to find confidence, to bring things into the light of day, right? Because what happens when the Scorpio is unhealed? They become like Gollum, like, they're my precious. You are my favorite thing. I'm going to hide you. And the healthy Scorpio is like, this is my girlfriend. Like, Right? It's like that's the journey of Scorpio to a certain extent. And here's the thing, every Scorpio is always a part of them is like, my precious, this is my favorite thing. Would you like to see my orb? Yes, exactly. My precious, exactly. I love it. But that's all like Scorpios, they always make a big deal of hiding things and be like, why has it got to be such a secret? Because it's a little bit of that work. You gotta work on it. All right. Scorpio rising. I mean, I love it. I love that's the thing we love. Like Scorpios, it's also like that's why it makes like I love Scorpio energy because everything is intriguing. Everything's an intrigue. Like that's why Scorpios bring that air of mystery to things because they're like, what if we made it all a secret? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what if it's a secret club? like, like anytime you meet a Scorpio, they just want to add the word secret to it. Right, right. But here's the thought: what if we make it secret? Yes, whenever there's a secret, I'm like, tell me. Yes, exactly. Gosh, you are so right. I'm a Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Libra. It's just it does it makes things fun in healthy ways. As long as the Scorpio is working on doing that in healthy ways, Scorpios become an absolute delight because everything gets really fun, right? It's like it's the don't be suspicious, right? It's like that. But when Scorpio's not in a healthy place, it gets very it gets very Gollum in here. It's that my precious. Nobody must know. But why? But nobody must know. but, but why? Okay. Like, Lisa, you are actually we were waiting for you, but we're gonna do Kate and so you're next year. All right. Yes, let's call it tea. Exactly. We like our secrets. We like our secrets, but we want to know yours. Exactly. And that's the thing with Scorpios, like I am allowed secrets, but you must give me yours. I get all the secrets. Like I keep the secrets. I'm like, I'll keep your yeah, exactly. And that's what Scorpios say. I will keep your secret precious. I love them. All right. We are now doing a general for Queen. 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. All right. Speaking about secrets, this is like secret free. Like speaking of this feels very timely for your reading, is what I'm getting here. I keep on hearing you have to say your healing journey is not my responsibility. I need to stress this. This is what we mean. Like I can honor the fact that you're on one, but I feel like you have to say to someone, it's not your responsibility. You know? Like I feel like there's someone around you that's like not passing the vibe check, is what I'm getting. And why? What is like how does someone not pass the vibe check? You could have told me. The saddest thing when someone doesn't pass the vibe check is when they make a big thing that they could have just told you. There's nothing sadder because and I keep on seeing this here. It's giving me a lot of the energy of understanding why would someone ask for an apology instead of ask for permission? And this is why sometimes when we experience a tendency in someone like that, they no longer allowed access to us, right? Because when we're constantly asking for apology instead of permission, that's the force that says, I'd rather take the penalty of doing what I want and then making it up to you instead of involving you in the plans, instead of being into the space of feeling like my plans are conditional on agreement. And I keep on seeing some kind of energy here of somebody trying to circumvent you. right? And I keep on hearing, if this is someone like, if this is someone says nobody tells me what to do, okay, be alone then. Be alone then. Hate to break it to you, healthy partnership. We tell each other what to do all the time. That's all we do, right? What do you need? How can I help you? Right? But when we become so control oriented, where we can't let go of control, we fail to be able to have healthy partnership, because the space of healthy partnership isn't having to apologize constantly or feeling like it's fine. I can get away with it. I'll just, I'll pay the price. I'll apologize afterwards. It's recognizing the betrayal we feel when someone has accepted the fact that they've done something without asking or without telling us, to avoid the potentiality of them having to come into finding some sort of happy medium. And I just see it here because I see someone who is desperately trying to make something up to you, right? I see something here, someone who desperately is saying, why won't you accept my apology? And I keep on seeing, if this is why they're saying, this is why. Some energy is really good at apologizing, but they're terrible at asking. It's not about the apology. It's about learning the art of asking. It's learning the companionship, that partnership is always in the space that you know, we're not avoiding a conversation. We're checking with each other. We're taking each other's temperature. It's the pledge that we say, anything is possible through one another, not around each other. And I feel like that's what you have to say to someone. Healthy partnership is the journey through one another, not around each other. That is the journey that says, through us, all things are created, because that's the energy that says, when we care about each other, when we want to follow each other's bliss, that ability of feeling the yes that comes with it is coming towards a space of being able to understand that ability of feeling that one is a part of something, that is the heart of partnership. But when someone moves around us, when someone feels like they're in partnership with us and they're constantly circumventing, avoiding telling us their plans for fear of the fact that we might want to be a part of them, or feeling to tell us something that they're doing, and then saying, oh, it must have slipped my mind. Oh, what they're really saying is, I didn't want to include you in the decision as to whether I was doing something or not. And that feeling, right? And I can see this. Like, I see some kind of energy here that is all apologies. But it's not, the issue isn't about the fact, like, yeah, like, that's the energy. The energy is all apologies. They will apologize constantly. All you will get from them is apologies. But remembering, a true apology is twofold. An apology is the articulation of what you did wrong and taking accountability that it will never happen again. And it feels to me like there's something here that you already gave someone. Like, the apology that we hear on repeat becomes an excuse. The apology we hear on repeat is the energy that says, I'm sorry that I'm like this. Rest assured, it will happen again. I'm sorry you have to put up with this. Like, I'm sorry, like, and that's the energy that tries to say the apology. I keep on hearing, that's not an apology. That's a song. The song of you said the song you will hear when someone's trying to get you used to something is, I'm sorry I'm like this. The song you will hear when someone's trying to get you used to something is, I'm sorry I'm like this. Because what they're really saying is, I know that I'm like this. I recognize I'm like this. I'm not going to do anything to change it. Rest assured, it will happen again. So if you're going through this with someone, it's okay. This is why I keep on hearing compassion does not require you to have to be a doormat. Compassion means you can accept another person's apology, but you don't have to let them back in, especially if this is something that you've given them opportunities to heal and they continue to be in this modality. And I feel like you're already getting support in this to a certain extent, but I also see like, don't get in argumentation space about it, is what I'm getting. Because you can't negotiate. If someone's not treating you right, they're not treating you right. And it's not your job to have to tell someone that they're not acting right. Unless they're a child, unless they're a little bitty thing, if they're full grown, they should know better. So make sure that you're not getting into the space of having to feel like you need to act as the, like, and this is important, right? When we are truly in a space of helping each other, we can have those conversations saying like, look, I wasn't a big fan of how you said that. And that adaptability point is someone saying, yes, you're right. I can do better than that. I will do better next time. Thank you for the feedback. Right? But the energy that the song you will hear when you're trying to help someone learn how to love you and they don't want to change is get off my back. The song you will hear when someone is trying, it does not want to change, is get off my back. They won't take the note. They'll tell you, they'll make it feel like you're the one hurting them when you're trying to tell them something they're doing is bothering you. So I keep on hearing, make sure that you're not getting into some confrontational space with someone that's trying to provoke you to act out of, like, to match their energy. I keep on hearing, like, the way you move away from that gracefully, say, I'm not inclined to repeat myself. I feel like you need to write that down. I'm not inclined to repeat myself, right? See, like, just reaffirm and restate something that you've said and move on. Bottom of the deck. I miss you is not the same as I want the same things as you. And often when we're thriving and someone comes back to us and says, I miss the old you, it can be very clarifying as to what was wrong in the first place. And I feel like there's a little bit of this energy here, because it feels to me like someone, like, you've changed, you've grown. I see some kind of situation of you flourishing in some capacity. And, you know, like that modality or that moment where someone sees that, and I hear someone saying to you in some way, I miss the old you, don't take it personally. Let it inform you. Say, I don't. Like, I don't. Like, that'll tell you all you need to know as to why someone is in your past. Because if there was something you were actively healing from, and you're feeling great, and someone's mourning the fact that you've changed, well, sometimes that's exactly the reason why they're no longer in your present. So I keep on hearing, honor your journey, honor how far you've come. And if someone's trying to come towards you in that moment and be like, I know the real you, no, they don't. You know the real you. Don't let them try to pull you back into some kind of trauma. And don't match their energy. Be the energetic force of change. Right? I keep on hearing, don't get into it. Just take the note and move on. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Queen. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person on the list for today is Lisa, and then we've got Estevan. Welcome back, everyone. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, friends, we got to 55K. So please, Lisa, before you put your question up, just hold, because I'm going to do the giveaway. And I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Lisa, you're next, dear. They'll be happy here. Yes. Scorpio. I mean, I love that about Scorpios, though. They're like, yes, come here, my secrets, my little children. They'll be happy here. Okay, I may need to wait a little longer today. I'm headed to the store. Okay, no problem, dear. Hi there, Joy. After, if you want to move me down. Yeah, whenever you come back, Lisa. If not, we'll move on to Esteban. Yes, secrets, tell me. The readings have resonated too much today. Thank you, lovely. And thank you guys for helping us get to our 50K milestone. Emanisa, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. True that. Healthy partnership, I feel, is mutual, equal surrender of control. Tap to claim. Yep, it's surrender of control, so you can have everything. And 50K, thank you, Britt. Thank you for the follow. Esteban, it's no problem, dear. I figured you'd come back. Thank you for the help, Pops. Yep, with many friends, sadly. Sending you support, Grace. Queen, I recently realized that one of my close friends isn't actually a good friend to me. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Queen. Why is everything so on point today? I don't know. Maybe it's Gemini season. I feel like it's like I'm just like it's gonna be like a lot of this work is working through productivity. Hi there, Esteban. Good to see you. That's the worst. Protect your energy. Tap to claim. Ella, thank you. I agree. Okay, Esteban. I think Lisa had to step away, so you're up next. Could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And sending you so much support on that journey, Queen. And thank you so much for having that reading with me. And thank you for being a subscriber. And also just to remind, wait, we're not going to, wait, hold on. Wait, Esteban, don't put your question up. Goldfish. Yeah, I got you highest priority. Okay, so we're going to do highest priority for Esteban. But before we do so, I'm going to do the 50K giveaway. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 42. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. Nope. Whoa, there it is. Ruby, congratulations. You got our highest gifter today. Thank you guys so much. We will do that again when we hit 100K. Thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. All right, perfect. Congratulations, Ruby. Can I get highest priority messages, please, for Esteban? 4 cards. You have to prioritize your goals right now, is what I'm seeing. I keep on hearing a little bit every day goes a long way. A little bit every day goes a long way. Because if there's something that you've been trying to do, you're not gonna find the time to do it. You have to make the time. You got to carve out the time. And you got to make that time, you got to make it sacred. Which means no, it does not get pushed aside. It's the first thing you do. It's not the last thing you do. And I keep on hearing it doesn't have to be a lot. Give it 15 minutes. You know? Give it 15. If you don't have a lot of time right now to spare, if you can't spare 15 minutes, give it 10. But be consistent on what you're giving something. Because I just keep on seeing that Like, I see you in some kind of process that you're trying to shift, but there's I keep on hearing there's a high demand on your energy right now. Like, there's a high demand on your energy. Like, there's not enough of you. But that's why I keep on seeing, like, the job, like, the work that you need to do right now is not working faster, it's working slower. It's setting reasonable expectations. And I keep on seeing it's requiring, um, I keep on hearing, making sure that you're not trying to prove yourself. Make sure that you're advocating for yourself is what I keep on seeing. Because, like, I see the fact that there's something about, and this is why I keep on hearing you've got to put a little time aside to move towards some kind of manifestation, even if it's not a lot. Um, because I keep on hearing the hardest thing to do is to carve out the time. I keep on hearing it's not greedy. It's not indulgent. Even if it's a small portion, um, I feel like I feel like it's something that's going to, um, I feel like it's something that's going to ground you. And I keep on hearing the message, and it's interesting because it's a message from an ancestor that keeps on saying, um, you know, make sure to give yourself time to, I keep on hearing them say, to create your rope. And the reason they're saying create your rope is because they're saying that there's a situation that you'd rather not be in. And when you're in a situation that feels like it's energetically overwhelming, then the work that we create for ourselves is the practice that we build, is the ability of being able to find something that helps us move away from something. And that's why often, like, that ability of finding the time to do something is, they're saying, like, remember that there's something about that dedication to, like, practice in some way. It isn't it isn't wasted. It's the most important thing, especially if you're navigating some point of dissatisfaction, because something about you, like, learning to do something about doing something that's for your future is going to help you pull yourself out of something in the present that I keep on hearing you'd rather not be doing. Like, it's going to help you, like, it's going to help you, like get ahead in a way, is what I keep on seeing. So that's why I keep on hearing, don't say when I find the time. You're never going to find the time. You have to understand this. You're never going to find the time, but you can make the time, right? And I keep on hearing you need to build an altar towards this. And when I say build an altar, building an altar is any kind of practice that we create for ourselves that allows us to change in the space of it, right? So I want you to say, like, I'm creating an altar for myself, the altar of being able to dedicate time to something that allows for the adaptability of changing in the future. And what do we do with altars? When we're trying to change, we hold that time sacred, right? Every day, a little bit at a time goes a long way. And you keep on here. It doesn't have to be a giant stroke. It doesn't have to be a huge, it doesn't have to be like a huge, like, fundamental shift. A little goes a long way, because something about you building into the practice of setting some time aside for yourself to better yourself in some fashion, something that you've been meaning to do, that you've got your heart set on, Like that is, I keep on hearing, like, that is how, like, I want you to think about that. That is the altar that plants the seed that's going to grow into something more. So I want you to think about that as an investment in yourself that you're creating. It's not indulgent, it's energetically necessary. Bottom of the deck, the energy around you that supports you will get it. If energy around you takes it personally that you're trying to do that, that's also informative, right? Like that space, like that tells, and I feel like you're healing. Like it feels to me like there's something about that. You're healing from some kind of karmic energy of someone that felt like it was indulgent for you to do something that was very healing and supportive of you. It feels like in a way it's helping you heal an intimacy wound because you're reclaiming it for yourself, right? You're doing it, you're not doing it like again, like what will the trauma say, right? Who do you think you are for taking time for yourself? Like who do you like what will the trauma say? Must be nice. It is nice, you should try it, right? Like that's what the trauma will say when we're trying to do something to better ourselves. The trauma will say must be nice. And what do we say back to the trauma? It is very nice. You should try it, right? Don't let yourself be diminished under another person looking at something that you're doing as as something that is trivial, because the trauma will tell us that our dreams are trivial, and our higher self will say our dreams are the most important thing, and we learn a lot by seeing who supports our dreams versus who takes them trivially. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Esteban. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. So if you'd like to secure one of those spots, go ahead and send the donation. It'll be added to the list for today. The next person on the list for today is Lisa. If you're here yet, let me know. I'm looking for Lisa or Clara. If Lisa and Clara are not here, the next person on the list is Ruby. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. All right, just bear with me a moment. Thank you. Congratulations, Ruby. A spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down, indeed. I don't know why that popped into my head for you. Maybe you need a treat after your task. I love that. Well, it like maybe like honestly, like that could also be like rewarding yourself in some way. And thank you so much, Jet Yesu, for the follow. It's been my biggest obstacle. But here's the thing, like, and that's the thing about it. Like, I keep on hearing it's building into making a desire, like a habit. Like I want it, like it's not going to be something that you set aside. It's going to be the first thing you do, not the last thing you do. You're so welcome, Esteban. Continue, like again, say, I am making the time. Thank you as well, dear. And sending you so much support on that journey. All right, next person we're reading for right now is Ruby. Can I please get 4 cards for Ruby? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. 2 cards on love, 2 on career. All right. We got 3 cards on career coming through. Can I get 2 cards on love? Thank you. It's interesting because when I'm pulling the career cards right now, I keep on hearing you got to think of yourself as a doctor, which is why I keep on hearing they're saying what do doctors do? They do checkups and they do the rounds, which is saying to me like it's some kind of space of saying, hey, I'm just checking back, see if you have anything for me. I'm just checking back. Like there's a little bit there's a little bit of this continuation point I'm seeing. I'm not sure why I keep on seeing this around you, but something about looking back on something in the past, in relationality to seeing something that is going to allow for some kind of point of breakthrough, catching back up with someone. Also, I'm seeing here having, I keep on hearing like there's something about having a conversation with someone that does the things that you desire to do to almost, I keep on seeing, say to them, is there any way I can help you? Is what I'm getting. You know, there's something important that I'm seeing here in relationality to, I keep on seeing offering, like offering your services to someone, um, in a way that I keep on hearing, instead of applying for something, reaching out to someone, like reaching out to someone, um, to, I keep on seeing, get feedback on something, get their thoughts on what you're showing another person, to try to ascertain or recognize if there's something that you could be doing differently or better that potentially may lead to some sort of introduction, is what I'm identifying. Because there's something I'm seeing that feels very, it feels very valuable and important. And a lot of it, I keep on hearing the words like it is required or involved in getting some sort of essential feedback or someone making some kind of introduction in a way that, um, like it doesn't feel like it's, I keep on hearing it's not through the front door. It almost feels like it's through the back door because it's someone who says like, I have someone, like I know someone looking for someone like you, is what I keep on hearing. So I keep on hearing, thinking about, this feels very apropos for Gemini season, which is thinking about new directions of applying for something, like applying for something in an unconventional way by means of an introduction and the space of saying, I would like to work on something. If you have some kind of, if you have something for me. Um, bottom of the for love, and this is what I think is interesting, which is saying, um, for love right now, it's the exact opposite. For love right now, it's interesting because for the path, the vector of career, I'm seeing being as adaptable as possible and being unconventional as it relates to how you're approaching, opportunities. Um, in love, it's the exact opposite because everything I'm seeing in love is effectively saying you're not available for anything, no settling, not available for anything that isn't giving you clarity in relationality to having the same manifestation goals. Like I keep on hearing your manifestations are your manifestations are your manifestations. And it's okay for them to be on a timeline. You know, I keep on hearing the ability of being able to say to someone, my time is incredibly valuable and I don't squander it. Um, the energy that I keep on hearing, the energy that's for you will cherish the time that I keep on hearing, the energy that's for you will cherish the time you give them by showing you, by talking to you about what it is that they want with you, right? Like that ability, um, of being appreciative. I also see someone around you who has children. it's interesting because there's like I'm getting double sixes in relationality to love, and six is a heavy family number. So I'm almost seeing some kind of relationship or some situation of someone that says like, I get it, family's very important to me. Like someone who understands um, the responsibility that exists outside of the self, that I keep on seeing is respective about wanting, like, being appreciative of what it takes or how valuable the time is that they make as it relates to moving towards some kind of determinative path here. So I keep on hearing, make sure that the energy that you're connecting with at this time is family oriented. Someone who understands or um, who values family. Someone who um, understands the responsibilities of that. I keep on hearing the partner for you is a caretaker. They're not looking to be taken care of by someone who they see has the ability to nurture. Look for someone who's a caretaker, not someone who's looking to be nurtured by you. I want to give you some bottom of the deck. Yeah, that's what I keep on seeing with the Wheel of Fortune energy, right? The appreciation of the energy, that is, I keep on hearing the energy for both things right now. I keep on seeing that, um, and this is what I meant about the different the separation point. That feeling of productivity, things are happening, and that's why I keep on seeing. Remember that I keep on hearing something about new openings, right? Like almost the ability to check back to see if there's anything available. Like there's something about your readiness, something about you building upon a familiarity point with in a place that you desire to be, is saying to me that when something comes up, like coming into a space of familiarity, so you're the first person they think of, especially if you've showed a lot of eagerness in relationality to trying to come into something. So keep on hearing, like, make sure that you're creating the space that you become. If there's a place you want to get into, become a familiar face, right? Like it's a lot of that, like it's me again. Like, because something about your eagerness is saying to me that what, like, a no is a not yet, and them continually, like you continually like arriving back is going to, is going to remind someone and say, hey, I've got someone I think would be perfect for this. Because I feel like there's some kind of energy about something that was close, like you were almost there, but someone else got it, which means that you're in the next person if something else comes through. So, um, it's saying to me, like, make sure that you're still operating in that space of checking back if there's something that you want to do, because there's something about something opening up that may, like, again, it's like the familiarity of someone returning back to you that happens over the vector of time. For relationship, this is saying making sure that there's clarity in relationality to having the same timeline as another. So make sure that you're not just building into the present, but talking about what one can expect in terms of, like, I keep on hearing like goals for the year, like what one can expect and what one is hoping to create with one another. Keep on, like, let that conversation of the future fortify the directionality of what it is that you're working towards. Thank you so much, Ruby, for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 60K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. And just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. That's how I started meditating every morning for 5 minutes, and then I built up. That's wonderful. That's absolutely beautiful, Bridget. Thank you for sharing that journey. Ruby, most companies don't give you a way to check back. Always no reply emails. Oh, and that's what I meant about reaching out to someone directly, like talking to someone, potentially even like speaking to them about potentially asking to be like I keep on seeing like almost offering to be a mentor, a mentee of someone is what I'm seeing. Like having some kind of conversation and saying, I would love to like talk to you about how I can move into the space of doing what you do is what I'm seeing. The person I'm with values family, but I don't feel connected to them. I'm sending you so much. I think that that's important too, because I keep on seeing that. I mean, I think that connection is really important, but I keep on hearing too, make sure that you're making sure that you're giving someone time to build towards is what I keep on seeing. And make sure that you're able to be in your authenticity with someone as well. Right. I just keep on seeing that there's something about that. And maybe even talking to them about that feeling of working through, like I keep on hearing you're coming out of some kind of disassociation, right? Like working into the context of recognizing and identifying what feels energetically productive. The job I found sounds cool, but not enough pay. Oh, actually just got the job, but the pay isn't the best. Well, congratulations on getting the job. I'm pretty sure the job you're talking about. Oh, wow. It was the ocean thing that was cool. Got it. Oh, absolutely. That's wild, Ruby. It's okay, Nikki. Depending on the job, are you reaching out to the head of the department? Thank you for helping each other in this. I think I'm looking for someone. Oh, wow. I understand, dear. Well, that's what I meant. That's what I was seeing about values. Remember, I said like values the same thing, or working in that space is what I was identifying. Like that's interesting that you bring that up, because I keep on hearing it's like it's not the space of like I keep on saying it's building into like having someone that holds things in the same way that you hold them, right? Like working in the space of identifying something that feels like it's also sacred to you is what I keep on seeing. So that might be a difficult conversation to have. All right. Thank you guys for helping each other in the comments. Hi there, Billy. All right, we're continuing right now. Next person on the list, I am looking right now for Clara or Lisa. Clara or Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you like. Lisa is back. I thought Lisa said she had to step away. Lisa, are you here? Also, if anyone wants to get on the list today, now is a great person to get on the list. Time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. Also, friends, we're at 61K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. Second call right now for Lisa or Clara. And if anyone else wants to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. If not, yes, absolutely. Talk to you guys and talk to each other on Discord. Thank you guys for helping each other. All right. And thank you, Grace. All right. I know she was, did you see, no, Bridget, she said that she had to step away. She had to go to the store. So I think that she had to step away, which is what she came in and then she had to go again. All right. As we're waiting, but she came back in. Okay, she went away again. So we just need to wait a minute. While we wait for Lisa to come back, if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. While we wait for Lisa, oh, Katira, thank you. Katira, did you get on the list? I saw that you asked if you missed your turn. Did you get on the list or are you waiting for 1 card? All right. In the meantime, while we wait for Lisa to come back, we're going to get started on 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. Oh, you're looking, thank you, Nikki. Let me know if you can still see the baby dragon, because I feel like Kath had a hard time finding a day. So if the baby dragon keeps disappearing, I may need to find a different gift to ask for the donations. All right, 1 card for Katira, please. No problem, dear. Work towards healing right now is what I'm getting. Don't feel like you have to chase after things. I keep on hearing a lot of energy right now in relationality to like this has been a message that's been coming through a lot for the collective, which is always patient, never waiting, which is don't let yourself get bitter if you're waiting for something. Just be productive through something. Just keep planting those seeds. And I keep on seeing like it's giving me a little bit of this like first come, first serve like attitude that you have to take, which is trying to say to someone like, look, I can't set time aside unless you like I like it's not conditional. Like I need you to arrive. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like it's giving me some kind of energy that says like wait for me, but having to say like I keep on seeing like healthy, like setting healthy standards and saying like like let your standards. I keep on hearing your standards are not conditional. They're your standards, and they can kind of build into that space of saying like working through another person's apologies and saying like listen, like I keep on hearing you give someone the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt. Like it says to me, it's like almost like that space of having to say like working in the space of like being productive, but also potentially like covering your bases, if that makes sense. Thank you, Katira, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. And Nikki, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. I'm going to do a couple of these 1 cards, and then we're going to do Nikki's reading. 2 card angel led for Ruby. Wait, why? Ruby, you mean 1 card angel led, right? Okay. Sorry, it's okay. I was like, wait, did you get? I also Smush Smush got the highest, the second highest. So Smush Smush gets the next. Oh, you got. A spirit spoken. Okay, you called it. That's great. I'm sorry. It's just this is really it was wonderful. That was awesome. Like this is what I like. It's saying to me, there's a lot of this work I see right now in navigating your sweet spot. And I keep on seeing like the difference between someone doing something for your benefit versus the feeling of someone that feels like they're missing out of something is what I keep on hearing, right? Like I see some kind of journey of wanting to be in the space of another person who celebrates something instead of the anxiety of potentially like backsliding into something because you feel like another person is missing out on something on account of you. Like I keep on hearing it's okay to be able to articulate the difference in that, because the difference is the energy that says it's no trouble at all, it's a delight, versus the energy that says I'll just go without, it's fine. Bottom of the deck. Like I keep on hearing there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with having preferences, right? And sometimes being in the conditionality of wanting something Like, it's almost like that space of saying, like, I can see you having to say, like, it's often the energy of someone saying, it's not a big deal. But if it's a big deal to you, it's a big deal. I keep on hearing it's not picky unless it's important. So I feel like, you know, something about navigating that is also saying to me, like, there's some kind of trauma you carry around it. I feel like there was some kind of experience in the past where someone said it wasn't a big deal until it was. So I keep on hearing, like, you don't have to be, you don't have to be, if something is like, I keep on hearing, like, we're all allowed deal breakers, which is saying, like, something that about, like, working in the space of understanding what feels right for us versus, feeling like we're asking, like, and that's what I keep on seeing, like, something about that space of identifying the calibration of someone feeling like they're going without, that can sometimes feel like it makes it harder for us to stay in the space of what it is that we're trying to do, right? Because I can almost see that there's something about that I see you carry some kind of trauma on as it relates to a past experience. Melly, may I have one card pull on why I'm so drawn to PA? Room to build is what I'm getting. I keep on hearing something about peace and quiet and lots of space. Bottom of the deck. I feel like there's some kind of past life energy here. Interestingly, I keep on feeling like there's something about, I keep on hearing it feels awful familiar. There's some kind of familiarity here. It's interesting. Thank you, Melly. There he goes. You found him, Nikki. I shall not. Oh, the stalker. What? That was hilarious. Shmush Mush, 2 cards. Highest party for Shmush Mush, please. Thank you. Whoop, we got 3 cards. What is this? Like, I gotta point out, like, no passive aggressive energy. I keep on seeing, like, no passive aggressive energy in the modality of recognizing and identifying that, you know, often when we're passive aggressive, it's because we realize that we're holding on to something that the ego is holding on to. That, like, I keep on hearing, if someone can't tell you why they're bothered by something, it's usually because they realize that it's wrong for them to be bothered by it. So if you're doing that work of saying, like, look, if there's something wrong, you tell me, right? Like, I see that you have to kind of navigate some kind of situation of, like, and like when someone's being passive aggressive, it's like the worst because you can tell something's wrong, but they don't want to articulate it because they realize that they feel foolish for stating it. It's like you can't, like, they need to process that. That's not something that you can, like, you can't work through it unless they can't say it, they can say it from their chest. So, you know, I feel like you can ask someone, but they need to heal their wounds, is what I'm getting. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing worse than when someone says it's fine when it's very clear that it's not. And again, we work to I keep on hearing our emotions are never a burden as long as we bring with them their prescriptions. But this is why it's not about how we feel all the time. Because if we feel emotions, but we can't think of a solution for them, that usually means that we're harboring something that we need to heal within. So make sure if someone's telling you how they feel, but they're not being clear about what you can do to change something, you're not responsible for how they feel. The only thing you're responsible for is confusion because you can bring clarity to that. So make sure that you're having clear conversations. Kelly, 1 card on biz. Um, I feel like there's something to be navigated in making sure that something feels balanced is what I keep on seeing. Making sure that somebody also values that sense of balance is what I'm identifying. Um, Bottom of the deck, yeah, like I almost feel like there's something like energetically there in relationality to if like looking at something that changes in the long term, like especially if there's something there that like if there's something that they can't do immediately, potentially extending the timeline and doing something to create a point of balance is what I'm getting. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you support on that journey. I know she was very prophetic there, Bridget. I saw it. It was wild. It feels so familiar. I'm here often for work. It feels so natural. Yep. One card for Bridget on pursuing a higher. Ooh. Yeah, it feels right. You know, bottom of the deck. Because, and it's interesting too, because they're saying you're in the energetic right place to do so. You couldn't have done so prior to this because, like, you were still working through a lot of volatility in your own energy, is what I'm seeing. All right, I got you, Nikki. For one more ready for my reading, I'm going to post topic. I want to know the energy surrounding X. Okay, perfect. I think, oh, geez, Louise. Ugh, sending you so much support on that journey, Nikki. Okay. All right. Can I please get, you're welcome, Katira. Ugh, can I get 4 cards for Nikki on that energy? Oh my gosh. I see someone like navigating the fact that they have profound disappointment that they don't have energetic contact with you. I keep on hearing the song Under My Thumb. There was something about like there was something about the space. There was something about the space of you guys sharing space together or having to interact that I keep on seeing. Like it feel like they were it feels like someone who was biding their time is what I'm seeing. You know? Like it really like it feels like someone who was like biding their time or um like and it's like I gotta tell like here's the thing about it. Like it's giving me the kind of energy of someone who would be like effectively pulling on someone's pigtails, right? which is like, it's giving me the type of energy of someone who was like trying to put themselves around you as much as possible because they could tell the fact that it was making you feel energetically uncomfortable. Like, that's why I'm getting some kind of ickiness around it, because I keep on hearing someone say, I miss making you uncomfortable. Like, that's what I don't like about it. You know, like, it's like it's a power thing. You know, like it feels to me like someone who would like strategically place themselves in places that they knew you would be to, recognize the fact that they were getting off on feeling like they were having some kind of effect on you. Ugh. But even like, you know what I mean? Like, it's that. Like, it's giving me the type of energy of someone who liked to see you squirm. It's not healthy, you know? Like, it's that type of energy. It's like the type of energy that's likes making someone uncomfortable. Um, and so I can see someone who is like absolutely devastated. I keep on hearing, I miss making you uncomfortable. And so I feel like they're trying, like they're trying to ride that high. Like, they're trying to ride that high. Like, you're gonna like, this is someone trying to capture that feeling again. And I keep on seeing they're trying to capture that feeling and being pretty overt in the process, right? Like, it says to me, like, I would not be surprised if they're being more overt right now, because I feel like it's giving me the type of energy that says better, like, you know, like, it's like it feels like someone who's got like deep boundary issues, like deep boundary issues, right? And just trying to create that space of, and I got to stress this important: attention is not intention, right? Energy like this, they want attention. They want an effect. They want to know that they still affect you in some way. Um, so don't don't engage. Don't engage. I know how difficult that is, but I gotta see here. This is feeling like the type of energy that like again, when when someone's trying to pull at your pigtails, you know, eh, they don't care if it's positive or negative. They just want to know if they still can. So I think that a lot of this, a lot of this space, I keep on saying, you choose what you have to be. Like, you can set those healthy boundaries, and if you've articulated that and someone is like trying to like provoke you, remember, like, you don't like I've got a guide that says, don't indulge them with the gift of your attention. Don't indulge them with the gift of your intention, because attention, and that says to me, like, attention in any form, because it really does feel like there's something about them coming towards you that says, look at me. And you kind of like, and even in that moment, like, I feel like this is almost defining and showing you with clarity who someone is, because it says to me, like, to a certain extent, you're saying, I'm giving you what you asked for, right? But you're seeing someone more clearly now, right? This is a type of energy that says one thing, but they want something completely different, right? Like, that, this is giving me like a push. This is giving me like a push shove energy of someone that says, like, I hate you, look at me, right? Like, this is cruelty. So You don't like just continue, like let this serve as confirmation that you moved away from a difficult situation. And again, attention, not intent. Like attention is not intention. Yeah. Don't let it bother you. I mean, look at it with sadness. You know, I see someone with a lot of trauma. I see someone with a lot of pain. I see someone with a lot of unresolved feelings. Like it takes a lot of wounds for someone to turn into something like this. Um, so just wish them healing and walk away, because I just keep on hearing it feels like the type of energy that's trying to, it's trying to it's trying to it's giving. I keep on hearing, I hate you, look at me. I hate you, look at me. Because again, I keep on stressing the opposite of hate, the opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is not hate. Hate is the complication of having strong emotions but not finding a way to be able to communicate them. So I just keep on seeing that, having to say to some, like putting distance from someone here, like the ability of not recognizing, like hope that they find the healing they seek and continue to move, and let this affirm the fact that you made the right decision. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today, we've got 2 more spots available before the list will be closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2. I mean, you don't have to apologize at all. This person's got a lot of fire. Like there's some heavy father wounds I'm seeing here. But that they're not. It's giving me a lot of this energy saying like again, it's giving me the energy saying, I thought you'd do anything for me. Being like, a healthy relationship does not require one to walk over coals. Like they need to do some deep healing here. Sending you so much support on that journey, Nikki. And I'm going to take a moment to read over comments that came through as I was reading. As I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list for today, you'll be the next person read for. We've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I'm still looking for Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, let me know. Hi there, Helen. How are you doing today? You're so welcome, Kelly. All right. I'm just going to take a minute to read over the comments. Just bear with me a moment before we get back to 1 cards. I just want to read over Nikki's comments. I think he has discovered my new relationship somehow and is invading my space. Oh, Nikki, all my comments disjointed. No, it's okay. I've got him, Nikki. Hold on. I'm just reading over. Hi there, BM. Anna, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. We're not a big fan of the word twin journey here. I'm not supportive of that, but I'm happy to read for that connection. No stalkers, tap to claim. There's lots of space and room to build there. Also, the Amish have great building skills. This is true. There's a lot of, it's huge. It's a big place. All right. And Grace, thank you for getting on the list, dear. We've got 1 more spot today if anyone else would like to claim that spot. All right. I think he's being creepy on the internet. He stalked and intimidated me, and I got a bad vibe yesterday, but I could be tripping. I think he has discovered, sending you support, dear. All my comments just joined. Bridget, let's do it together. Yep. Hi there, Helen. It's yucky. I know it is. It is. Hi there, 810. Good to see you today. It's okay. He admitted that he intimidated me on purpose. Oh dear. It's okay, Ruby. I just went through that. Sending you support as well, Butterfly. Oh my gosh. I couldn't get this guy to leave. He was just being rude to me. He did that to me many times, especially when I tried to set my boundaries. Totally. Oh, my brother came home unexpectedly. It's his birthday, so I had to step away. It's okay, Lisa. It's okay. Wishing them a very happy birthday. I'm staying put this time. Yep, okay. Um, he definitely wanted to see me squirm. I feel like he's doing it now from a distance. Yep. I think he's being overt now to make me uncomfortable. I think he's trying to elicit a reaction from you. Perfect timing. Thank you, Marie. Is this collective? This is a personal reading, but it's common for those who need these messages to be here as well, Butterfly. Don't engage. Let them see how happy. Only the soul can sing. Beautifully stated, Adam. I'm not planning to engage. I know it is like it's giving me it's a lot of like this is not great. Yes, Audrey, we're very aware that Yeshua lives us. I would actually point out, Audrey, that divination is in the book that you hold dear. If you look at what Yeshua Christ did to save Mary Magdalene, he wrote in the sand. That was an act of divination. Also, if you ever open the book to get support, you're also divining. So you're doing the same thing that we're doing here. So thank you for joining us. I hope you're enjoying these messages, and I wish you peace, and I hope you find healing so that you don't cast judgment on others, because the book that you hold dear is very articulate about those who cast judgment on others. I send you support on that journey. Definitely serves as confirmation. Thank you, Nikki. Agreed. A nasty energy. There's a big reason why I left. Sending you support, dear. I know. I feel like it's just further confirmation that you made the right choice. Sending you support, Nikki. Okay. Exactly. Thank you, Ella. All right. Where were we? Okay. So we've got Lisa back. Lisa, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And I'm just going to grab a couple more one cards before we do Lisa's reading. I just need to catch back on where we were. Welcome. Thank you for joining us, BM, and thank you for becoming a subscriber. All right, where were we? One card on career for Kath, please. All right, can I get one card on career for Kath, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. You got two cards coming out. You know, it's saying to me something is not going back the way it was. So just kind of start to set that plan in terms of what it is that you hope to aspire to next. Like, I feel like I keep on hearing like the something has changed, right? It's like if this is something where you're hoping for something to go back the way it was, understanding it's not about going back the way it was. It's about adapting to the change of where you are presently. Bottom of the deck. I see that there's something about identifying and working through fixes, being solution focused instead of problem oriented, right? I keep on hearing it's like wallowing in something doesn't fix things, fixing things fixes things. So having to help kind of be that point of pragmatism in terms of not saying no, but saying this is what I can offer you. All right, Erica, one card on should I accept the card. Okay, so again, just a reminder, Erica, so we never leave the autonomy. We never put our autonomy into the cards as it relates to decision, but can I get some information around the choice of the card, around the car, energy around the car, please? I feel like there's something like get the car checked is what I'm seeing. You might want to take it to a shop and just have it checked out is what I'm seeing. Especially because making sure that it's not going to be like there's not going to be something that needs to be repaired sooner rather than later is what I keep on hearing. All right, one card for Grace, and then we're going to be doing one card, highest and best message for Grace, please. Trust your intuition, but not anxiety. Don't operate on anxiety. Trust your intuition is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, recognize the difference between anxiety and intuition is a job right now. All right. Hi there, Helen. Okay. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. And Lisa, we're doing your reading next. Okay. Where were we? All right, Lisa. Too many of those energies that needs healing. Tap to claim. Lisa, how can I better my implement shadow to continue to align with the life I'm building? Oh, how can I better implement my shadow? Okay, yeah. Can I get 4 cards? 4 cards for Lisa in relationality to the shadow work. You know, the most important thing that I'm seeing in relationality to some of the shadow work um, that I see that you're working through. Um, I keep on hearing the message. Um, and it's interesting too, because it feels like someone stepping towards you that works a lot. Like, I feel like there's a guide that's trying to help you with this that works a lot in the space of balance. And what does the space of balance say? When we're healing from something unjustified or indignant, I keep on hearing, I have a right to, but I know what's right. I feel like that's something important to help you ground as it relates to healing from some kind of energy, as it relates to something that feels like it was unjustified that happened to you in the past. And I feel like something about working through that mantra, um, I have a right to, but I know what's right, because it's a conversation. They're saying it's a cone. And again, a cone is it's it's a statement that we can unpack to understand the meaning within it. It's the recognition that often when we're healing or we're working on the journey of healing, it's understanding that another took liberties that they shouldn't have taken. And that in some context, you know, there are situations where another person would identify the feeling of being energetically validated to do something. But it's not about the space of feeling validated to do something. It's about defining what feels right for ourselves, right? And I feel like there's something about the integration point of working through the shadow that is helping you kind of unify that work, because that space of being able to process through something that feels unjustifiable or kind of creates that space of reactivity within you, you know, like the space of saying, I would be justified is the acknowledgement point of looking towards shadow and saying, like, yeah, you're totally right, but we know what's right, which is again not working in the space of having to teach lessons, but rather being the energetic force of change, right? The integrated shadow that says that that acknowledgement point is one that helps us unify into the space that we know what the right thing to do is. Because all we do when we match energy, right? When we feel justified, we move further off of our path, right? It's like a lot of that, like, I keep on hearing like the eye for the eye is so negative because that basically says to another person around us, all you need to do to bring me out of the alignment of myself is come towards me in an unjustified fashion, and then I'll become like, I'll do like, I will then I then move off of my own path work, right? All we do when we meet someone where they're at is lower our standards. So by articulating and embodying, I would be justified, but I know what's right. It's the acknowledgement point that helps you integrate the shadow and embrace it by saying, I acknowledge the fact that something that happened was not okay. But then it also allows you to be the energetic force of change that says, we will move forward from this, utilizing this in a way that feels like it is productive and functional, because we have the ability to make something right in every moment, in showing the space of what one should do that we can be energetically proud of. Of the deck, especially with a lot of like, and I feel like a lot of that too is having to work on being, I keep on hearing, you know, and this is what I keep on hearing, which is, sometimes, it's like I keep on hearing some, and this is what we talk about in the space of just acknowledging that sometimes we see spaces where we feel like we're the villain in another person's story, right? And often what happens, like, this is what we identify, which is like often those who want to project on us, right? They want us to be the villain. They'll start treating us in awful ways. And then they'll bring out that space of us and be like, see, I told you, right? Failing to recognize all the things that they've done to bring us into that space. So, I feel like there's a little bit of that work in terms of integrating the shadow that says, like, that space of saying, like, see, I told you, being like, told you what? I'm not like you, right? Like, it's like that space of being like in that moment, right? Like, often the same energy that tries to paint us as a villain, the song you will hear when someone's trying to paint you as a villain, the song they will say to everyone around you is, see, I told you. And the energy that's aware will know that. The energy that's aware will recognize that the energy that tries to paint someone to be a villain will be singing the song, see, I told you. It's often the energy that articulates and recognizes that space of provocation by which they're trying to bring something out in us. So I keep on hearing, you don't need to prove anything to anyone. The energy that pays attention will get it. Like, I keep on hearing, let them talk, right? You don't need to, I keep on hearing, you don't need to defend yourself against another person's accusations, because sometimes in the space of another person trying to, you know, like come into the space, like I keep on hearing, some conversations aren't worth having. I keep on hearing, I'm not going to justify that with a response, because I almost see like the space of someone trying to like articulate something that like pulling you into an argument or conversation. And instead of arguing with them, being like, why would you say that? Make sure that you're working in that space of a keep on hearing. The shadow is saying, don't react, be still. Pay attention to what it is they're trying to bring out in you. And often when we're working healthy with the shadow doesn't say, you know what we should do. It says, why would they say that? Thank you so much. Like, embrace. I keep on hearing you've got a shadow that says be pensive instead of provocative. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And when someone is being provocative to you, don't respond. Ask the right question. Thank you so much, Lisa, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. The list is now closed. The next person on the list for today is Grace. Grace, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Theo, I've got you, dear. Is Jordan ever going to reach out? In my dreams, he's periodically in my dreams, and I can feel him. I don't know if it's just the addiction or if he really does think about coming to me. I see someone who thinks about you all the time. But where did you leave this? I keep on hearing, I wouldn't forgive me. I see some kind of like someone who's carrying a lot of guilt in where you guys left something. And I keep on hearing the fact that they feel like they have to explain something or something that you were right about that they would have to take accountability for. Thank you so much, and Theo, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Thank you for the gifts, Heather. You're welcome, Kath. We're doing one. We're going to be doing one card as soon as I do Grace's reading, Minnie. All right. Ignore my one card request. Oh, here it is. Sorry, you got a one card anyway, Grace. C already blocked that account, and we burned some Palo Santo. I like that. I like that. I feel like this confirms. You're so welcome, Kat. Sending you guys support on that. I know the tower. Yes, I had a dream last night that my car was making weird noises. Yeah, this is Pluto retrograde energy. One card, highest priority for 810. Be unconventional. Embrace Gemini season. There's more than one way of doing something. If something's not working, think about a different way. Yeah. Right? Don't get stuck saying, why isn't this working? Say, what can I do differently? Now it's time for something different. That's what I was kind of feeling. I'm not sure it's really for my benefit or just a court. You might want to just take it in to have it looked at, because it might be expensive, is what I'm seeing. Yes. Okay. Hi there. Oh, it's Clara, you're back. Okay, we're doing Grace's reading, but then we can do yours next. Would I be able to get back on list when you're done with this reading? We're running a little short on time, Clara, so I was going to see if it would be possible for you or Grace to go on tomorrow. Just let me know. This relates 100% to something I went through last week. You know, I said I should be careful about reading between the lines. I posted 18-part series on TT on the complications of deciphering mysteries. Ooh, well, I find that intriguing. LP, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Marie, for confirmation. Maybe trying to help me learn to work. Oh, that's beautiful, Heather. They put their foot in their own mouth without any help from you. Tap to claim, Bridget. You're so welcome, Lisa. Okay. Sending you support on that journey, Peyton. They always know how we feel when they cross over. They do. All right. All right, where were we? Grace, are you here? Got it. Grace, are you here, dear? And Clara, can you let me know what your question is? Hi, dear. Grace, would it be possible for us to have your reading tomorrow, and I'll put you first on the list and you'll have an additional card? And just let me know, dear. I think that's you saying that that's okay. And if so, I deeply appreciate it. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Grace. I appreciate that. Clara, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading, or if you, I really appreciate that, Grace. Clara, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading, or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And also, friends, we're at 70K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a giveaway. So if you would like to, if you're tapping that screen, continue to do so, and we'll get to 100K. Clara, I just need to know what your question is, dear, and I'll be happy to do that reading for you. So if you could please post it. All right. Rainbow, for one card, when I solved a complex, hold on. When I solved a complex set of encodings for Bestie, pretty sure solution was sister-in-law's birthday. Let me see, one card there. That's a heavy question for one card, Heather. I mean, I feel like I keep on hearing it has something to do with sacred geometry, is what I'm getting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. I feel like there's something about introduction, like welcome to the introduction of sacred geometry, is what I'm getting. Thank you. All right, I was looking for a love reading. I started seeing a new guy. I'm curious about their intentions. Excellent. Can I get 3 cards, please, for Clara? Highest party messages, please, from Spirit. You know, I would be very conscientious, Clara, in relationality to making sure that you're having conversations about manifestation goals, and I would not offer them. I would not. I keep on hearing, don't be in the space of offering, be in the space of active listening. Which is saying, like, again, if someone's saying here, like, if someone's saying, like, I'm seeing a little bit of this bobblehead energy of someone being like, I want that too. So having to say to someone, like, like, not enough to say to someone, I want a relationship. Having conversations with someone in terms of saying, what is your ideal relationship? What does an ideal relationship look like to you? What does that look like on the day-to-day? Because I see someone pretty heavy in Page of Cups energy around something, and I keep on seeing, like, make sure that this is not someone that's saying, let's just see where it goes. I'm up for anything. I just want to see where this goes. Never are we in more danger. Like, never are we in more danger in relationship than when someone articulates and says, I just want to see where this goes. Because often that is the song you'll hear of someone who wants to build an energetic connection only to find that they don't really know what they're looking for. The song of someone who doesn't know what they're looking for is, let's just see where this goes. Because there's something about this here. I see someone, like, they're looking for something easy. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, I see someone who's very focused on building into fun experiences. I see someone here who's very much into the space of, like, finding someone that they can share enjoyment with. But the thing I'm not seeing that I would be very conscientious about is making sure someone's giving you clarity in relationality to both their locationality, if they plan to stay somewhere, and also what they want in the long term. And I would really say, like, say to them, like, what are your plans? Like, what do you see ideally in partnership? What is it that you're looking for? And if they start getting very, if they're saying to you, I'm not really looking for anything right now. I want you to believe them. I don't want you to be in a space of feeling like you need to change. Like, don't feel like that space of saying, I'm sure that might change in time. I keep on saying, take them as you find them, take them at their word. Because something I'm seeing here, like, I want to say, like, is this an energy. I feel like there's something about this connection that may be very healing for you. It feels like it may be very restorational. I feel like it's helping you get your sense of fun back. It's helping you kind of reclaim back some energy, or learning, like learning to heal from something. But that's why I would be very conscientious as it relates to navigating from a place of clear perspective. Because um, if this is a situation where someone can't articulate what they want, like let that, like I keep on hearing, if they're saying I don't, I'm just here to see what happens, recognize that that is someone that says I'm prioritizing pleasure. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, we always have manifestation goals, right? We always do. Everybody carries manifestation goals, and that's why it's really important to make sure that we're able to articulate upon them. And that's why somebody's saying, like, I just want to see where that goes. Well, often when someone says, I just want to see where this goes, what they're saying is, I'm really not looking for anything, right? It almost requires one to read between the lines in relationality of being able to define the fact that when we're in a space of exploration, even in the space of exploration, we should say, we should have the confidence of being able to articulate and set reasonable expectations. Because often when someone says, I just want to see where this goes, what they're really saying is, like, I'm not, like, make sure that, like, I keep on saying, don't let them turn that around and say, like, well, what is it that you want? What is it that you're looking for? And them saying, I want that too, right? Like avoiding that. Because I do see the fact that there's a little bit of like, I see someone very much in that space of like exploration. I see someone in that space of kind of like looking for what is around them that feels like it's energetically delightful. But that's why I keep on seeing, like, make sure, and that, and again, if you want that too, if you're looking for something that is restorational, if you're looking for something that is energetically healing, but the healthy relationship is one that we always set reasonable expectations. We don't say let's wait and see, right? Building into the space of clarity as it relates to articulating upon what we can expect. Also, I see that there's something about this potentially making sure that someone is giving you plans ahead of time, right? Making sure that you're saying to someone, um, like, you make plans ahead of time, or we can't make plans at all, that'll help you recognize whether they're energetically prioritizing you, because it does feel very spontaneous. There's a lot of spontaneity around someone. It's giving me a lot of that, like, what are you doing right now energy, right? And if that's something that doesn't feel like it creates a supportive environment for you, almost having to say to someone, like, let's make those plans ahead of time, let that kind of build into the context of helping you recognize and identify if you guys want the same things ultimately. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Claire. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing one card readings right now. So if you are a subscriber, you can let me know if you'd like a general, if you feel and you have not had a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to pull a card for you. If you'd like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe button and you can join and also receive a card. If you are joining us on the place where we keep the videos, you can also have a card right now. If you're a subscriber, go ahead and put your question in the comments. All right. Yeah, I think that there's you know, Heather, we can talk about it more too in the Discord, but I just keep on seeing that there's something about seeing the correlation of significant numbers in your own life path that you're recognizing and identifying, which is interesting. I thought my sister-in-law could maybe be the point of connection, having a hard time. That's interesting. But that's the fact that you're deriving that from the connection, like, in itself feels like some kind of intuition. Haley, one card, please. Craving inspiration. How do I tap into my creative energy effortlessly? Um, be adaptable. Try new things right now, right? I feel like there's something about, um, there's something about learning something new, something about, um, it feels very eclectic, like connecting the dots in terms of doing things in different ways. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on seeing not worrying about the outcome, doing something for the love of doing it, not worrying so much about how it looks. is what I keep on hearing. Ella, one card, please, around energy. Who uninvited me? It feels like it's somebody else is going to be there, is what I'm seeing. You know, I feel like there's something about like, were you having a conflict with someone else? Like it feels a little bit, it almost feels like a little bit of energy of someone like worrying that you're going to get in some argumentative space with someone else. Hi there, sunflowers. Seppi, I don't see you as subscribed, dear. Oh, wait, you are subscribed. I apologize. Yes, you are subscribed. Sorry about that. Hannah, one card on pre-birthday energy. Oh, Gemini baby. One compleanno. This is gonna be a wild month for Geminis. There's a lot of energy of Gemini coming in right now. So just be very focused on your manifestation goals and don't get distracted is what I keep on seeing. You know, because it might be feeling, I keep on seeing with all of this Gemini energy, it might be feeling like a lot coming all at once. Just be very focused and prioritizing your manifestation goals. Seppi, thank you for subscribing, dear. And thank you, Ms. Weasley, for subscribing. One card for Marie. Was I just to make him feel not a game, but I see right now this person has like serious commitment issues. They feel like I keep on hearing like this is the energy like you can't catch me, right? Like energy that isn't made for commitment will always see relationships as a trap instead of a haven, right? And that's why I keep on seeing like it's like that's like something they need to recover from. I keep on seeing you scared them because they saw like again they saw the possibility and they were like pulling away from it. They didn't want me to be around someone. I keep on seeing like trying to avoid some kind of like it feels like someone else with strong opinions and some kind of headbutting that was going to occur. Yes, Ms. Weasley, you did subscribe. You're so welcome. Thank you, Haley. Seppi, Ziad, I'm going back and forth. Rather, should I see him is going back to hurt me or for fun? Can I get one card, please, right now on that relationship? Highest priority, it's transverse. They need to bring clarity to it. And wherever you left something that created a separation point, it's not a chalkboard erase moment. It's a bookmark. Do they miss you? Yes. But it's not about missing. It's about being honest and not feeling like you have to like shake someone down for all for that information, right? I keep on hearing like that, like if this is something where like if you're trying to get clarification on something and they're saying you're still going back to that, being like, yeah, I'm never going to stop going back to that, right? It's being able to be authentic about the feelings and not feeling like you're circumnavigating someone. I feel like it's almost them having to admit the fact that you were right about something. Thank you so much, Seppi, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Sending you so much support on that journey, Marie. One card on what to focus on this weekend for Minnie. Plans. Set those plans in place. I feel like there's some long-term plans right now, having some time to like really sit down and hash something out. Yeah, especially in relationality to like getting ahead of some work, you know, not having to do something last minute. Irma, one card on love, please. Energy that honors you will honor you. You won't have to convince them on what it means to take care of you. You won't have to tell someone how to treat you. They'll just know. Bottom of the deck. And that doesn't mean energy's perfect, right? It allows for an adaptability to grow. But I keep on hearing the gift of being able to tell something to someone once and them saying, I appreciate you being open and telling me how you feel, versus someone saying that, like not projecting that onto you or saying to you that you're asking for too much. The song you will hear in someone that wants to lower your expectations is you're asking for too much. Ella. Again, I think that this is a situation where if you've articulated your standards and they know, I keep on hearing they know what it is they need to bring forth, don't lower your standards by moving towards them. in relationality to what it is. Like, I keep on hearing, like, don't like, it's like, you're like, I keep on hearing, like, don't shake someone down to give you honesty. They either bring the honesty or they don't come at all. Ella, working things out with my oldest daughter, but apparently she didn't want me there. Oh, like that was that volatility of opinion I'm seeing, right? I keep on seeing someone trying to avoid an incident is what I keep on getting. Currently trying to find some time to plan my trip in June. Thank you for confirming, Minnie. Can I request one card on recent ex? Wondering what energy he'll bring if he approaches me. Are you done yet? Like, it's giving me a lot of this energy that's waiting. It feels like they're waiting the clock out, hoping you'll let something go. Again, remember, time does not erase things. If this energy comes back towards you, it is a bookmark. It's not a chalkboard erase moment. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it feels like someone trying to run out the clock on something that you're upset about. Again, bookmark, not a chalkboard erase moment. Time does not heal things. Answers heal things. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There is a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. However, this app sometimes doesn't like to push out notifications when I'm live, so make sure that you also register directly for the event. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel that is available to you as a subscriber. Introduce yourself to the collective. I want to also, if you head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel, in the perks section, you will find a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our Substack class subscription. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th. We will be exploring the Temperance card. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for spending your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Thank you for that gift, Bridget. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for everything that you do. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.